Okay, what about now? So, Ruben and Sohel, y'all should be able to hear me. If not, then I do not know what to do. So Ruben and Sohel, please let me know. Okay, y'all can hear me. Perfect, excellent. Okay, so howdy, howdy. Welcome everyone. I see there's already several people watching, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. I am really looking forward to playing this game. I was kind of looking forward to it all day at work. So, very, very happy to finally be home with my dog. I had to go into the office today, which sucked. I'm much happier when I'm able to chill here from the Starship Texas. So we're gonna go ahead and start the game. I have not played a single second of this game yet. I need to turn my volume down. It's a little loud in the headset I'm using. Let me just turn this down. Okay, cool. Alright, so I'm ready to get started. I just literally popped the game in. This is the main menu. I'm just gonna quickly share this that I'm currently participating on this stream online, but yeah, so has anyone else, comment and let me know, has anyone else played any of this game, or do you plan on playing it? Is it something you're going to pick up, or do you not have a console to play it on, so you want to watch me play it? What's going on here? But let me know. So, share my live playthrough of Star Trek Resurgence. So post that, share that, do. Not now. So just give me a few seconds to share this on the socials. But yeah, pretty cool. Looking forward to this game for a while. They announced it a hot minute ago, right? Like, wasn't it originally supposed to come out in like fall of last year, and it just kept getting pushed back to... No, it was spring of last year, even further. And then it kept getting pushed back to spring of this year. But, this is going to be a lot of fun, I think, to stream, to do as like kind of a communal experience, because so much of this game is determined by the player's choices. So there's going to be, you know, a lot of different scenarios, a lot of different ways it can play out. Oh, sorry about that. I had to sneeze. The beauty of doing things live. Yeah, see in the comments, Donnie Pearson says, hello, happy Star Trek Resurgence Day, hope everyone is well. Thank you, Donnie, thank you for being here. Thank you, Sohel, Chuck, Ruben, so many people in the gang. Sound off in the comments if you're here, I want to see you. And let me tweet this out on the Twitter sphere, let folks know there what's going on. And we will get started. Okay. Alright, y'all ready? I wonder if this is choices. Dive deep into your choices. Okay, we're gonna mess with that later. Let's start the game. Here we go. Okay. Empty slot selection screen. Begin. Well, 7 of y'all watching now. Okay, well, hopefully some more folks join in. Dramatic Labs Adventures. Okay, relationships and events shaped by the choices I make. Got it so far? Asteroid, meteors, space. From Dramatic Labs. Kind of a dramatic opening. Shuttlecraft.
Captain's log, stardate 57931.4. The crew is restless. After spending too many months piecing our ship back together, we're finally about to venture out on a new mission. And the crew isn't letting this unprecedented ion storm slow them down. They're ready for something different. I know I am. Perhaps more than any of them. Fortunately, nothing ever stays the same. It's entropy, the nature of the universe. Change is inevitable. And while entropy says order gives way to chaos, in this case, change is good.
Okay.
Our new first officer is en route to the Resolute. Jara Rydek. I know she'll bring a welcome dose of new blood to the crew.
The new first officer. I got that. Here you go. Drop something.
Thanks.
No problem.
You're welcome.
I'm not great with flying. But these little shuttles are the worst.
Let's go with don't close your eyes.
Here's a tip. Don't close your eyes.
Let's be helpful.
You'd think that would make it easier, but it only makes it worse. Look out the window, pick a star, and just focus on that.
Yep. That's how you
I'll
avoid
give it a try.
seasickness, too. Focus on a fixed point that won't move.
Sorry, I'm a little anxious.
I hadn't noticed.
I'm on my way to my first assignment. When we get to the starbase, I'm transferring on to the Resolute.
Hey, that's my ship.
So am I.
Getting on the
It'll be
Resolute.
easy for Jara to step in at the 11th hour like this. But if she's half the officer I knew she could become when she was a cadet at Starfleet
Miranda,
Academy,
Excelsior.
she'll be the XO this ship needs right now.
A Nova class? And what is that, a Norway, maybe? That one right there. Or is that a Yeager? I get them mixed up sometimes, those first contact ships. So that's definitely a Nova and an Excelsior and a Miranda class. Cool thing about the Resolute, that's a Centaur class ship, which was kind of a kit bash between the Miranda class and the Excelsior class. So those are kind of like the mom and dad of the Centaur class right there. We're about to see their baby, the Resolute. I agree so how the Excelsior class is beautiful. Okay, we gotta go check in at security. So yeah, this is pretty cool. I'm a Starfleet officer, just arrived on a starbase. What do we have here?
A starbase on the very edge of Federation space. Long way from home now.
Long way from... I assume home is Bajor. We're a Bajoran, right? Looks like a... Or no, she's got some forehead thing. I'm not sure what species she is. I don't know a ton about this game. I kind of wanted to go into it not knowing too much, but I did read the prequel comic miniseries last night. If you want to learn more about some of these Resolute characters, the crew,
Commander?
read
I'm
that.
not usually such a nervous wreck, by the way. I actually did well at the Academy.
Oh yeah?
Maybe you've heard of the Torvalin test?
Sounds familiar.
It's a tactical simulator that makes the Kobayashi Maru look like a picnic on Pintaris 5.
Damn.
Anyway, I finished in the top 20. Not just in my class. I mean, all time. In the history of the Academy.
Let's go with simulations don't
there's
count.
that.
He needs to be taken down a peg.
Simulations are great for training, but they're not quite the same as the real thing.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Don't get too cocky,
I guess
kid.
I'm about to find out.
Please place your hand here. Hold it there for a few seconds.
Okay. Oh, we're
Welcome,
gonna get some
Commander Rydek.
backstory.
Wait, you're Jara Rydek?
Jar Rydick.
Absolutely crushed the Torvalin test. You finished in what, like the top 3?
Yeah,
That would be me.
Now I'm really...
cool.
It's an honor to meet you, Commander. Sorry, I didn't realize before. I just came off the
Let's
shuttle
go
and
with,
was glad to be on solid ground,
The pleasure is
so
mine.
to speak.
You know,
The pleasure's
don't,
mine.
don't want
As
him to feel
in-
too bad
Paul Calloway.
about that
meet you.
embarrassment.
I
Paul
believe Commander
Calloway.
Ermot is expecting you. He's in the
Ermot.
concourse just ahead.
I know Ermot from the comic. Ermot is a
See you on the
Bolian.
Resolute.
Ermot is the ops on the Resolute. They have Data and Harry Kilm's jobs. Yeah, see, y'all were talking about like Ray Stevenson. Yeah, that's sad. He was he everything he was in, you know, is better for him in it. He was a very reliable actor. You know, anytime I saw something with him, I was like, oh, he's gonna add something special to this. You know, whatever
If I
movie or
remember
show or
correctly,
whatever.
Commander Ermot is a Bolian,
Yes.
so I'm looking for
Ermot
someone
was a
with blue
Bolian.
skin.
Looking for a blue meanie. You're not blue. If I can talk to
Hey,
you,
you're
you're
right.
lost.
Yeah, I'm just... Well, I'm not sure where my departure dock is. The Resolute's gonna leave without me.
Man, these
Look,
Resolute
The
crew
Resolute
need to get
is
their
leaving
shit
from
together.
This dock.
Oh, you're right. Nerves must be getting to me.
Yeah, you ain't never been to a mall on Earth where you got this little map thing you gotta find your way around?
Thanks so much, Commander.
Alright, got him on his way. Who else needs some help while we're looking for our Bolian? Okay, y'all are just chit-chatting. Get some information
Starbase
here.
128 has 4 docks.
4 docks. Okay, that might come in handy someday. Oh, what do we have here? An Orion replicated meal.
I'll replicate myself a meal once I'm on board.
So Hell says, how come none of the CG people are hot like on actual Star Trek? I'm sure there are people who would find these, I don't know, CGI people appealing, but yeah, I don't mean, you know, I guess the real deal is hard to compete with.
Excuse me, have you seen a Bolian around here?
Yes, sir. Right back there, near the replicator.
Ah, there he is. Thank you.
There's the
Happy to
blue
help, Commander.
meanie. I don't know if he's mean. I don't know why I'm calling him that. I shouldn't judge a Bolian. Prejudge. Judge a Bolian by his...
Excuse
I don't
me.
know. By... Judge a book by their cover. I don't know what you judge a Bolian by. Oh, you're talking about that Kyle dude in Jedi Survivor. He's it's because like they actually like based the game on that. Cal Kestis is the character. I don't know what the actor's name is. Can I pass through y'all? I'm just kind of a completionist, so I need to like walk around here and see if there's any people to interact with. We got a red person.
You hear the Resolute's getting a new first officer?
Oh, they're
Someone
talking
from the
about
crew
me.
got promoted?
No, get this. They're from a different ship.
Oof. Wonder how the crew feel about that.
Guess we're about to
Makes them
find
desperate.
out.
Is the crew that bad?
Right, let's talk to Commander Ermot and see what's going on.
Welcome to the edge of the galaxy, Commander Rydek. I'm Commander Jan Ermot, Operations Officer on the Resolute. Commander? I hope there wasn't too much trouble getting here. This storm isn't making anything easy for us right now.
I can take it.
Conditions are less than ideal at the moment.
It takes more than a little turbulence to rattle me.
I'm sure that's the case.
I feel like I'm pressing X an awful lot.
We're able to come fill our first officer vacancy at such short notice. From everything I've read and everything I've heard, we're lucky you were available to us. Coming from a premier starship and all. To our little research vessel.
I'm curious what he's heard.
What exactly have you heard about me?
First in your class at the Academy. Received the Starfleet Award of Valor during the Dominion War.
That's good.
Most recently, Tactical Officer and Chief of Security on the USS Endeavor.
The Endeavor.
You've done your homework?
Like I said.
Okay, so former security officer. Now, he just mentioned the Dominion War. I believe this game is set in 2380 or 2381, one or the other. So,
Resolute. She may not look like much compared to the bigger ships, but as far as science vessels go, she can more than hold her own.
I love the Centaur class. We only saw it one time.
6 months ago, she was
in the
nearly
shows.
cracked in half, venting plasma, fighting for her life.
It was an accident?
Equipment malfunction. An accident suggests fault, but no one's to blame.
I think he's discussing the events of the prequel comic.
It was pushed beyond its limits. It destabilized the dilithium, there was a runaway reaction, and the warp bubble deformed. We thought
spoilers for the comic.
Frequency, but it was more than she could handle. Cost us our first officer and 22 of our crew.
Yeah, they spoiled a lot of stuff from the comic. I'm glad I read it last night.
That's what it means to be a crew.
I'm sorry for your loss, yes. So show some sensitivity.
I can't even begin to imagine what that must have been like for you. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you. It does weigh heavy. There are some things you can't forget.
Did you lose anyone close to you?
Too many.
That's sad.
And to that I'll just say, you have big shoes to fill. Listen, I realize you've known Captain Solana for quite some time, and I'm sure you're ready to bring your best. But I should warn you that when the captain announced you would be the new first officer, there were those who felt it was a mistake, that he should have promoted from within. So you might want to tread lightly at first. Until they come to value your contributions as much as he does.
Okay, we'll be thankful to this guy. He's being nice.
Thank you. Always good to have a sense for what you're walking into.
I just thought you ought to know.
I appreciate it.
Starfleet has assigned us a high-priority mission to the Hotari region. I'll let the captain brief you on board.
Oh, okay, so I'm just... Again, this is all new to me. First time playing the game. Literally just came out today. I just fired it up like 10 minutes ago. So you can track the choices you made. I guess how people are feeling. So hell, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm making you think that you're a tough cookie. Okay. Sorry that you feel that way, I guess.
Will we be mission ready in time?
We have every intention. The crew has been working around the clock to get the ship ready. There's still so much to do.
So helps he picks all the mean choices. Why would you want to be an asshole like that? Because you're so nice in real life, you can only be a jerk in video games, maybe. Maybe, since I'm kind of a jerk sometimes, I like to be nice in video games. I don't know. I'm sure we could analyze this. Plasma torch. Which one is the plasma torch? This. Okay. So nothing too complicated here. This is very like... I know I'm not using a mouse, but it's basically point and click. if you're someone who like doesn't like games that are, you know, very like combat intensive with, you know, a lot of like you gotta learn how to like do combos and stuff. You know, if you want something that is like a bit easier, for lack of a better word, this might be a good option for you. Don't they swap these out on lower decks?
Is that?
So, Hell, you were mentioning the time period, asking if it was set during Voyager. This is right after Nemesis. This is like the same time as Lower Decks Season 1. Speaking of the Lower Decks, we're in the Lower Decks, so what do you know? How appropriate.
I thought that thing was totally fried.
So I guess we have multiple playable characters.
Nice
You play
work,
as
Carter.
plays the XO and you plays the slower decker Carter as
And
well.
not a moment too soon. The boss wants us down in engineering, like now.
Must be engineers. I assume the boss is the chief engineer, who from the comic I know is a Vulcan. I just want to look around.
Can you give us some help with the transporter?
Oh, cool. I can help with the transporter. What do y'all need help with? Oh, I guess there's actually... Oh, wait, what do we do here?
What's the problem? We need to test this cargo transporter. I've never been that great with the signal plotting.
I got it. No problem.
Okay. I'm not great at the signal plotting. Let me see if I can help. Okay. Select waypoints to create a path through the ionic interference. The line connecting the point will lose stability if it passes through the interference. The yellow bar indicates the stability of your path. When full, you will succeed. So to aim, use R2 to select. Drag waypoint. Okay, let's give this a try.
Carter Diaz!
Here. Hold your horses. I'll be over there in 1 second. I gotta help this dude out because he's not good at the transporter. So... there we go. I did it.
Sweat.
Hurry up!
Whoa, hey, buddy, get off the pad!
I guess he wasn't ready for the transporter to be fixed. Okay, that's good. He seems to be fine. Okay.
Don't tell Chovak.
Time's wasted.
Chovak, that's the name of the Vulcan engineer. Okay, I should probably leave on that note, but okay, she's working on a shuttle nacelle. Can inspect the shuttle.
Pretty extreme. Nothing I couldn't handle, though.
Who's it named after? Batarmagan? Is that an Earth scientist or something? It's a very peculiar name, so it almost makes me think it would be very deliberate.
You're in my light.
Oh, sorry.
It's so cool. See the force field, see the...
That storm looks pretty bad.
Ion storm.
Another reason why we need to get this ship ready.
Gotta get the ship ready. The Baffin. Or maybe Boffin. Melville. What's this? I get that for you. Well, Dom Paris has already finished the game. He says he just finished, had a great time. Okay, that's good to know that it's not a huge commitment, that I'll be able to finish it this week. I was thinking about on this week's podcast, actually, Friday night, just spending the evening talking about the game. So if people want that, if y'all want to hear that, tell me, because that's what we'll do, if that's the case. We can talk about all these shuttlecrafts. Let's talk to this mechanic.
Hey Diaz, have you seen a hyperspan? I last saw it near the shuttle, Ptarmigan.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Here's the hyperspanner. Let's go get her hyperspanner. This was the Ptarmigan. Alright? Yeah. Dom, do you know where this hyperspanner is? Did you have time for this little mini game? Sohel is saying this guy is kind of hot. Is he your husband now? I do not see that hyperspanner. This is like in real life. I'm not good at looking for things. There it is, right there. If it was a snake, it would have bit me.
Goes. Maybe we can figure out where you're supposed to be.
I'm supposed to go over here with this person who asked for it. Man, that trail has already just abandoned me, I'm sure.
You're a lifesaver, Diaz.
Well, I don't know about that, but I try.
Oh, so Sohel's gonna wait. He hasn't decided who his husband's gonna be just yet. Play the field. I understand. Okay. Yeah, if you're, you know, a fan of the Star Trek aesthetics, you know, like very into kind of like that TNG, little post-TNG era. This is, like I said, like the same time as Lower Decks Season 1, so yeah, it's very much that same vibe, that same style. Old, Sohel thought these were like Type 4 shuttles. They might be, I don't, the TNG shuttles, but these are different. These are older than the one we saw at the beginning. So variety, but yeah, there's a lot of familiar things. These storage containers, for example.
Place for everything, and everything in its place.
And these containers, even like these displays. It's kind of like almost like
so clean I can see myself.
Like Star Trek 6.
You know what?
Star Trek Generations Enterprise B. Kind of like the late 23rd century. I know this is the 24th century, but there's I don't know, like the blue and the green makes me think of like the green L cars on the Enterprise A at the end of Star Trek 4. I just want to peek down the hall. Look at this lovely carpet. All the carpet enthusiasts, you can check out the carpet on the Resolute. Let's talk to the busy engineer.
Don't let LT catch you blocking the corridors like this.
We'll clear it up once we finish the delicate work. Good looking out, though.
LT. Who is LT, I wonder? Okay. She is pissed that she was waiting on me for so long. It's cool to see, you know, such a busy ship.
Section 2. New computer reroutes.
So then,
people making repairs and stuff. It's like, yeah, this is what it'd be like working in the lower decks on a Starfleet ship. This is like the Mariner Boimler life, you know. It's really cool.
Engineer.
I heard the new XO just arrived. Won't be
She sure
long
did.
before we get underway. I just hope whatever Chovak called us down for, it's something good. I can never tell with him. I'd rather not end up degaussing plasma manifolds. Hanging upside down makes me queasy.
We can handle it.
You and me working together, we can tackle anything he throws at us.
Your optimism is positively contagious.
Sohel's asking if I can interact with the panels. Like sometimes, some of things are prompted with the interact icon. Some things
like
are
we
not.
got here before.
Lieutenant Commander Chovak.
Yeah, here's our
We were just
look at
looking for
engineering.
you, Commander.
Look at that warp core.
Petty Officers Ed Solar, Diaz. I was beginning to think you would be late. We are all hands on deck right now, which means if you are not at your post at the appointed time, I do not have someone to replace you.
Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have been messing around.
Point I have been forced to make to Petty Officer Edzelar on repeated occasions.
Okay, I'm gonna push back. I'm gonna say almost late is not late.
Well, Commander Chovak, isn't it true that if we were almost late, it categorically means that we were not late?
That is correct, Mr. Diaz.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, Ed Solar and I are following the schedule to the letter.
Use logic
Yes.
against the
Perhaps
Vulcan.
I should adjust the schedule accordingly.
So, I don't suppose you wanted us down here to check in before we go off duty?
Equip yourselves in EV suits to work on the exterior of the hull. I need you to tune the structural integrity
cool.
field for optimal performance. The
Are we gonna go
subspace
on a
distortions and
spacewalk?
ionic interference we are experiencing are preventing the proper calibration. But this ship must be ready to depart shortly, despite the storm. The precise nature of these disturbances are not fully understood. But many systems have been affected by the wide band of emissive activity.
Okay, let's go with you sound worried.
How concerned should we be about the storm? Are you worried?
Vulcans do not worry. We
not
calculate
very
the variables
reassuring.
and take appropriate precautions to mitigate the risk. Right now, that entails making critical preparations, because long-range sensors show that these disturbances will be more severe at our destination, the Hotari system.
Hotari system.
You have your orders. Do not delay.
That's
Yes,
not a
Commander
system
Tuvok.
I'm familiar with. I believe that will be something new created for the
All
game.
hands on deck.
What's that?
All hands on deck. That's what Chovok said. You know what that means? It means this ship isn't ready to go out, and the brass know it. So they're throwing every warm body at it. And they're going to leave on schedule. Consequences be damned.
It all comes down to us, Nelly. We're the ones who will get it ready.
I know what we can do. But this isn't just any old refit or any old relaunch.
Oh, whoa. Excuse me.
A lot of new faces
That was
coming on board.
that was the dude from earlier.
It's gotta be tough coming as a replacement. That's for sure.
They seem all right. Something that happened 6 months ago while they were off on another ship? Well, that's nothing to hold against them.
Yeah, you're right. I guess getting a little new blood on board doesn't hurt. Hold on. Now there's an old face I didn't expect to see again. Hey, Miranda!
You weren't gonna leave without me, were you?
Miranda, you're here?
We thought you were staying on the Adirondack.
Transfer came in at the last minute, so I figured I'd slum it on this bucket of bolts.
Dom, I did read
Looks
the
like
comic,
you got it
yes.
together pretty nicely. I wasn't sure what to expect.
Don't insult my ship.
Don't talk badly about one of the best ships in all of Starfleet.
We've rebuilt enough of her by now. She better be one of the best.
We'll see about that.
Some
But-
playful banter.
I am glad to be here.
Yeah, Dom, I'm glad I read the
Please
comic
tell us
last
about
night
Sorry and Brandy.
because
Don't think I forgot.
I did not know it was going to end that way.
Yeah, it's coming back to me now.
Maybe Carter can rustle up that bottle and we can give you a proper welcome. As soon as we wrap up this quick little spacewalk.
Here, let me help you.
Thanks.
So what's the word?
You got
Are
dressed
back to the
fast.
Security rotation?
Yep. Still running with the usual suspects.
Whoa.
Good to go.
So she's a lower decker in
See you on
security.
the other side.
What we would have called a red shirt in the 23rd century. If anyone's going to die in this game,
Activating
I don't
magnetic
know, but
souls.
she seems like a likely candidate. Okay, what am I doing here? So just like in First Contact, press that little button to turn on the magnetic boots. Hell yeah! I'm ready for a Star Trek spacewalk. Just like I'm 10 years old in the theater watching Star Trek First Contact, and like, oh, it's so cool to see Worf and Picard out on the edge of the Enterprise. Very,
Have you
very
ever
cool.
gets old?
Some neat visuals there. Yeah, it'd be fun to go to like these types of environments in VR. I think we might get some more Star Trek VR stuff in the future. But yeah, it's even just playing from this type of experience. It's cool to explore these environments. Just something as simple as just a basic ship, the USS Resolute, Centaur class, hanging out next to a starbase. Bit of a ion storm action in the background. It's really fun, dynamic camera work. I guess now we're in the captain's ready room.
Captain Solano should be here momentarily.
About to meet the captain. I already know a bit about him from the comic. He's old friends with Leia Brahms. They used to do science together. He's like a former engineer. I guess he has like an engineering background.
You'll have to forgive me, I don't know much about Kobleods. But my understanding is you need a steady supply of duridium to keep your cell structure stabilized, or bad things start to happen. And we have plenty of duridium in sickbay, so there's no risk of running out.
Thank you.
Feel free to make yourself at home. And help yourself to whatever you like from the replicator.
Is that Chekhov's duridium? Are they setting up something? At some point she'll be low on duridium in the game. Or that'll be like a mechanic. You have to resupply duridium. I should stop getting ahead of myself. Just be in the moment, Fathery. Now looky here. What do we got here? Some mineral.
The first mineral Captain Solano ever discovered. Always was the nostalgic type.
So she knows him. She knows the captain. What else can we learn about our characters by exploring in here?
Can't wait to plot a course myself.
There's no 47 that I see. Slight disappointment. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just looking at the desk. But yeah, that's a cool desk. Got some isolinear chips. Got some pads. And then what's going on here at the replicator?
Just a sip of something.
You know, I am a coffee drinker, but Ractigino is still coffee.
Decisions.
So let's get some Ractigino. Yum.
That sure has a kick.
Nice. Is it bad form to use the captain's replicator when he ain't in there?
Last time I saw you, it was graduation from the academy. You'd already secured one of the most prestigious assignments possible. And you were burning with enough ambition to fuel 7 trips around the Necrid Expanse.
It's good to see you again, Captain.
I could not be happier to have you on the Resolute. The only regret is that we couldn't provide you with a warmer welcome. The arrival of a first officer to her new ship deserves a bit of fanfare. But, unfortunately, we've had our hands full with the refit.
Let's get to work. Let's be proactive.
You can spare me the pomp and circumstance. There's plenty of work to be done without all that.
You always had a work ethic like nothing I'd ever seen. That's just what this ship needs at the moment. As I'm sure you've heard, we've had a rough go of it these last 6 months. The ship suffered some damage, but not nearly as much as the crew.
I don't know the details. Maybe he'll tell me more.
You'll have to forgive me. I don't really know the details.
Starfleet has been kind enough to keep the story contained. Probably because they want to protect me.
Read the comic if y'all want to know the story.
We were on the verge of a major scientific breakthrough.
Or he'll tell you right here.
A leap forward in warp core technology. 10,000 teradynes per second. The ability to travel at a sustained rate of speed longer and faster than we ever dreamed. What would have been the crowning achievement of my career? Right there. Within our grasp.
And Leia Brahms was there. Leia Brahms helped.
Until it all went so horribly wrong. We pushed her too hard, and a warp core malfunction overloaded the system, creating a pressure gradient way beyond what the ship can handle. It was heartbreaking. We lost some of our best people. As captain, I have to take full responsibility. It was my decision to make, and I have to live with the consequences.
We all know the risks when we sign up. There are no guarantees. As much as we tell ourselves otherwise.
True. But as captain, my job is to mitigate and manage the risks as much as possible. And that's where I failed. In my defense, I will say, Might have avoided the whole ordeal if my senior staff had been willing to trust me.
Yeah.
There was a lot of pushback from my former XO.
It's an interesting story. I recommend the comic.
I don't want you to pull any punches. Certainly not on my account. But once we decide on a course of action, I need everyone to fully commit to the mission. Anything short of that just won't work. And that's when things start to go sideways.
Huh. I'm gonna push back a little bit.
And what happens if they don't?
There's a chain of command for a reason. We all have our orders.
That's true. Everyone on this ship should know that.
Sometimes the occasional reminder doesn't hurt. Look,
it's a little
I'll be
weird.
blunt. We can't afford another mistake. Or at least I can't. I feel like my career is hanging in the balance here. We need a win. Something to restore the crew's confidence.
I understand.
On a more positive note, Starfleet has tasked us with what they're calling a mission of the highest priority. Escorting a senior diplomat to Hotari space.
Oh shit, a senior diplomat.
Previously peaceful and otherwise non-aggressive civilizations now find themselves on the brink of all-out war.
So it's a peacekeeping mission.
I see it as a golden opportunity to not only
Is it going to be
prove
Riva?
what Resolute and her crew are truly capable of.
From
but
TNG,
also
y'all remember
a
Riva?
mission for which we're uniquely qualified. This ionic storm. Our long-range sensors suggest it's several orders of magnitude stronger than anything on record. A total anomaly like nothing we've seen before. And you'll never guess where it leads.
Hotari.
Exactly. Very
Damn
near
the luck.
precise location where we're headed. Where I imagine the interference will be exponentially greater. But the diplomat will brief us on the details of the rendezvous.
That's what I want to know about.
Who is the senior diplomat we're escorting?
That I don't know. Starfleet hasn't said.
Okay, I have a
But
pretty
I don't
good
wanna get
guess.
ahead of myself.
No, I'm not guessing
I
Riva.
expect we'll have some rough sledding when we arrive, so I need you to prepare the crew for the worst. There's just one more thing I want to clarify up front. The metric that for me will be the ultimate measure of your success.
What is it?
If after serving as my first officer, you don't one day find yourself with a ship of your own, then I will consider it my personal failure. When that might happen is entirely up to you. But it goes without saying, you have my full support.
Well, I would be honored.
It's been a dream of mine since before I can remember. So I would be honored to become a captain someday.
As long as you're willing to do the work, you have my promise. I'll do everything in my power to see that it happens.
Thank you.
Come, let me introduce you to the crew.
Oh, wait. Dom said that there is a train in here? A model train? Is that what you said? I could interact with? I guess that's the bathroom in there, I don't know. So he got his Starfleet Academy diploma. Here's the train. But it doesn't seem to do anything. Or did I miss my opportunity to interact with it? I like this view out of his window, though. There's like a thing on the Resolute where they have, like, computer displays built into transparent screens. I noticed that some in the comic. I'm like, is this just like an interesting creative choice by the comic artist, or is it actually trying to match up with something in the game? It looks like it's trying to match up with something in the game. But I do like the look of the very familiar. I guess, like, almost, like, too familiar. Like, maybe not contributing enough new stuff, but I think with like a lot of the licensed material, the tie-in material, they tend to not get too distant from the familiar. You know, it's kind of like not their place to introduce the big new changes or stylistic changes or anything.
Everyone, if I could have your attention for a moment. I'd like to introduce Commander Jara Rydek, our new first officer.
I like the bridge.
Introductions. This is Lieutenant Handar, our helmsman, one of the best in the business.
One of?
Well, what he lacks in humility,
Handar.
he more than makes up for in ability.
A pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Cocky pilot.
Likewise.
It's like a Bajoran
Next,
Tom Paris.
We have Commander Westbrook,
Science
Chief
officer.
Science Officer. I've come to rely on his expert counsel on a regular basis.
He has a
Pleasure.
big part in the prequel comic.
Commander Rydek, it is such an honor to meet you.
Security officer.
This is our tactical officer, Lieutenant Bedrosian, who's been looking forward to meeting you for about as long as I can remember.
I've been following your career for quite some time. And I look forward to learning as much as I can from you.
You've heard of me?
You've heard of me?
Well, I have to admit, one of the reasons I've followed your career is because you're part Kobliad, because of what you've overcome. Starfleet stands up for people who can't defend themselves, and you were one of those people once. But since then, you've done so much to protect others who need it. I really admire that. So, you've been something of an inspiration to me. Not that I've done anything close to what you've done, but you definitely set a standard to strive for.
Enough about me. Tell me about yourself.
That's very kind of you to say, but enough about me. We have a lot of work to do.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh.
And then, of course,
That
you've
came
already
off
met
ruder than I
Commander
thought.
Please do everything you can to make Commander Rydek feel at home here. I'll be on the starbase. I have an urgent meeting with the starbase commander to get our authorization to get underway. If they drag their feet any longer, the
That was
bridge
some
is yours.
odd dialogue. How many times are you gonna say starbase, bro? Okay, so the ship is under my command. That's frightening. Good old, so the view screen is also a window.
Impressive range of view.
Okay. So we have, I don't know what station that is. This is Helm.
The Helm. The Resolute is a refitted Centaur class, meaning it's capable of quick maneuvers. Can't wait to see what she can do.
Yeah. If y'all don't remember, the only time we saw the Centaur class in canon was, I guess, in Deep Space Nine. And well, again, recently in Prodigy, they brought it back. Yeah, that was Charlie Reynolds' ship that he was trying to chase Cisco with when Cisco was undercover on the Jem'Hadar ship. So, Dom, what are you telling me to do? Let me go back and read the comments here. But Dom, who has already beaten this game, he's so far ahead. He might as well be in the 24th century. It's because he's in the UK, so he's in a future time zone, so he's always going to be ahead of me. Because, you know, it's going to be 6 hours earlier there. Quark's Bar is here. What's up? So... Dom Paris said, Solano likes trains, can't interact with it anymore. Okay, I missed the opportunity. Should be able to bring up all interactable things with the left trigger. Oh, okay. I'm getting some helpful tips from Dom Paris. Okay. Ah, here they all are. Okay, thanks, Dom. Glad I learned that here. I'm still at the beginning of the game. So let's get to interacting. So, we got Captain and First Officer up there. So, yeah, I'm just going to take time to explore the bridge because I'm a big enough Star Trek nerd. That's what I do when I get a Star Trek video game. It's kind of a rare experience. So, yeah, we got Tactical back here with the horseshoe like TNG. Captain and First Officer in the middle like Voyager. And then Ops Station over here.
Operations. Staffing. Supplies. There's a lot to keep track of on a starship. Good thing we have Commander Ermont.
Yes, Dom, I won't miss anything else. I'm probably not going to get a trophy because I didn't interact with that damn train now. But oh well, I'll replay it if I have to. This would actually be a game with pretty high replayability, I would assume, because it's short and has a lot of choices, so you would think it'd be easy to play through again and hopefully get something different.
Science station. The Resolute is a science vessel, primarily. Might explain Commander Westbrook's attitude. I'll have to speak with him later.
Yeah, you get to know Westbrook pretty well in the prequel comic. He's pretty driven to get his scientific research done. Dom says it still took him 14 hours to do a single playthrough. So, it looks like I'll definitely be able to beat this before Friday. So this might be the subject of this week's live show / podcast.
Tactical station. Hopefully a diplomatic mission won't require we use our weapons much. But if it comes to that, we'll be ready.
Like Worf, this woman has no chair. Oh, it's kind of like the Enterprise B bridge. We have the big display of the ship right here in the middle. Voyager has this, too.
So many decks. Full of crew that are now my responsibility.
Oh, really? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then the bridge would be 10 decks? But it's mainly just like all saucer. There's not like a huge like star drive section. I mean, there's a small secondary hull area, but... Communications.
Communications. Keeps us in contact internally and with other vessels.
Okay. What do we got here? Tactive hollow. Begin command. So this is my normal chair.
The first officer seat. My seat. Right now, though, I need to fill in for Captain Solano.
And what do we got here? Tactical hollow. This is where we get like a...
Dais. Just like they've got on the Excelsior.
On the Excelsior. I wonder if they're talking about the Excelsior too. Sohel's saying that this is a weird bridge configuration, but I don't think it is. It's basically the same thing you got on Voyager, with the captain and first officer in the middle. This thing is weird, this hollow display thing that pops up in the middle, but... yeah, I kind of like the layout. The science and op station are a little weird, just kind of hanging out here on the side, but... yeah, it's kind of like the Enterprise E. There's a lot of Enterprise E in here, which is appropriate for being set in 2380. You know, it's like the year after Nemesis.
Turbolift could take me anywhere on the ship, but I'm right where I need to be.
Okay, the final interaction. So, thank you, Dom Paris, for teaching me how to make sure I hit every single possible interactive item. Interactivable. Is that a word? I don't know what the correct adjective would be there.
Commander, Chief Engineer Chovak needs to lower the structural integrity field. He's sent a crew out to recalibrate the emitters in response to the danger posed by the storm.
Yeah, those people.
We just need your go-ahead.
Okay, well,
permission
have
granted.
at it.
Lowering structural integrity field, now.
Entering maintenance mode.
The ship is vulnerable. It's kind of nerve-wracking. I feel like something
The storm is getting
must
worse.
happen.
Looks like they turned off the Sith.
Great. Let's get to that emitter.
Well, my traversal is a bit difficult.
Every time we're out here, I half expect to see her in pieces again.
She's still got some scars on her. It adds character.
When I joined Starfleet, all I wanted was a ride out of town. But this isn't exactly how I pictured it.
On the outside of the ship?
No.
You're supposed to be on the inside of the ship.
Sometimes it feels like we're just part of the machinery. Don't you want more than that? I mean, Starfleet is noble and all, but it's still a machine. A massive, massive machine.
I am more than that.
I am more than that. And so are you. You who wanted to get away. I enlisted because I didn't want to wait years just to get out and see the galaxy. I wanted to go somewhere, see new worlds, look up at a sky no one's ever seen before.
That all sounds cool.
Just because I'm cranking a hyperspanner up in a Jeffries tube today doesn't mean that's all I'll ever be. Diaz to Commander Chovak. We are at the Sif emitter.
Acknowledged. You may proceed with the recalibration.
Okay, made it to the Sif emitter. So we're gonna get this thing recalibrated. Got my little toolbox here. What do we need? I guess the calibration tool. What else would you use to calibrate?
Beginning recalibration.
Careful. Too much action and harmonics will deflect the alignment.
Oh no, I thought I was... I don't want to overdo it. There we go.
Looks good.
I know, it's harder than it looks, believe me, so hell. A little goes a long way.
Commander Westbrook, right? Chief Science Officer.
You remembered my name and my rank. Impressive.
Oh, he's gonna be a bit of a jerk.
Yes, I'm the Chief Science Officer, and I have the dubious honor of being the most senior officer on this bridge. I know this ship inside and out. Better than just about anyone.
I think kinda high yourself.
You seem to think very highly of yourself.
He needs to be taken down a peg or two.
I'm curious, though. A Kobliad, or half in your case, is an odd choice for first officer, given your vulnerable condition and all. But if, as an example, we found ourselves in a hostile situation, and you were suddenly incapacitated because you needed an infusion, what would happen then?
Oh, is that her, deutronium? Is that what she
Captain
needs?
Solano without an XO. Granted, that would be a worst-case scenario, but not outside the realm of possibility.
This guy's been a jerk.
That's very kind of you to be concerned about my well-being. But you don't need to trouble yourself on my account. I'll be fine.
Duridium.
Well,
Thank you, Dom.
I
Duridium.
wouldn't say I was concerned, just curious, that's all. Listen, can I be blunt, Commander?
I see no reason to stop now.
Commander Sutherland, your predecessor, was one of the best first officers in all of Starfleet. His record was impeccable and his reputation was without equal.
They were
I
like
mean, no
best
disrespect,
friends.
But the shoes you're stepping into are almost impossible to fill.
If you read the comic, Westbrook and Commander Sutherland were very close.
And he was one of my closest friends. So I can only hope that you'll live up to expectations.
I don't think I could ever replace Commander Sutherland. And it would be a mistake to even try.
Seeing as Captain Solano is on the starbase, let me give you an update on this ion storm we're flying into. It's unusual, unlike anything I've ever seen. At the moment, I can't tell you if the Resolute will shrug it off or if we're putting ourselves at risk. However, if we learn more about its patterns, its nature, we can come up with a scientific countermeasure.
Yeah, so he's going to be about the science. Flashing red lights, never a good sign. Oh
Got a
no.
massive energy wave inbound, on screen.
We have vulnerable people on the outside of the ship.
Tracing
Someone
its
gonna die.
trajectory. Starbase docking clamps are holding. The storm's emissions are fluctuating, coming in waves. And if my projections are right,
I'm nervous.
we're about to get hit by a wide-band burst of ionic energy, like a tsunami. I'm reading power abnormalities.
All right, let's do it. Will Riker thing. Let's go.
Red alert.
Aye.
That was fun. That was fun to get to say red alert.
Evacuating main gangway and retracting. Putting sensor visualization on screen.
Retract the gangway.
With the structural integrity field shut down, we can't take a direct hit.
Time to impact. 1 minute.
Shield systems are severely impacted. We have limited protection. I need every available solution. What are our options?
We can weaken the impact of the storm with a deflector pulse.
Using the deflector already? I'm only like an
Wait,
hour into the
Sending
game.
Sending
That didn't
all
take
auxiliary
long.
power to the deflector dish.
Send the aux power to the shields. We can't reactivate the entire shield bubble, but it's a directional threat. So we can orient all we have towards the wave. You have to believe me.
We only get one shot at this. We can't afford to get it wrong.
Let's go with shields, because I think deflectors are overused.
Send power to our shields. Bedrosian, get those shields up. Rerouting power to shields.
You know,
Stand by.
when the
I need a
security
hand.
officer,
We've only got one shot.
normally the more
Understood.
vigilant, aggressive
command.
one, says power to shields, then I believe her. Okay, what am I doing here?
Heading locked.
I guess that was it. That was all I had to do to put the power in the shields.
This is it.
All hands, brace for impact.
Hopefully I made the right call. Guess we'll find out. Uh-oh.
What happened?
We have problems with the warp core.
Surge of radiation.
Oh, you don't
Yikes.
say.
This radiation supercharged the plasma, forcing it to backflush through the system and creating a dangerous imbalance.
It can blow out every primary system on the ship.
Just tell us where you need us.
I need you to traverse the hull to the access port to recalibrate the port nacelle plasma regulator.
Okay. Gotta go find a plasma regulator.
We've reached the first access point.
Yeah, so how maybe it's not a great station. It could be Starbase 80.
Fail-safe circuit?
Override.
Affirmative.
The override.
Engage
The
the
override.
It should allow us to stop the EPS flow to the warp engine without triggering an automatic core shutdown.
Okay. Now what? This thing?
Failsafe override engaged.
Are you sure? I am registering some crosstalk in the bypass circuit.
We need to route the signals so they don't interfere with each other.
Yeah, Braxton says this game is calmer than Star Trek Online, and it is. There's, yeah, this is a more leisurey game. I mean, it can still be like, you know, kind of like high stakes and exciting stuff going on, but it's not like, oh no, I'm getting shot at. I have to like do like a whole bunch of things. Worse, like this game will sometimes require you to make a quick choice. But even then, I feel like I have enough time to make a choice, even if I would have liked to have thought about it a little longer. It just I kind of like that it doesn't give you too long though, because you know I would be too indecisive, so it pushes me along. Because that's how life is, you know. You don't always get 30 minutes to weigh out the options and think it over.
Diaz to Resolute. The failsafes are temporarily disabled. Moving on to the EPS regulator.
Heads up, Carter.
What is that?
One of the discharges coalesced.
It's coming right toward us. I'm gonna try to disrupt it with my phaser.
Yeah, that is weird. Okay, triangle, equip phaser, L2 aim, R2 shoot. First time I've had to shoot a phaser, and I didn't even know if there would be like any type of combat options. Okay, holster that.
So we gotta climb up the pylon. Not that there's really an up, but you know.
There is no up in space. Okay. Just, it's kind of like, I don't know, Ghostbusters or something. I feel like I'm shooting Slimer. Oh, I got hit.
Are you alright?
Yeah. Suit took most of it. Snuck up on me.
That damaged your suit. Energy dampening is around 60%.
Okay. I learned the hard way. Don't let them get too close to you. Right in front of me.
We're almost to the regulator.
Okay. Not too bad. Starting to get slightly more challenging, but still under control. Yeah, maybe the Excelsior has better shields. So, Hill, you're asking about it looking like Lost Era interfaces,
Now
like
halting the EPS flow to the port nacelle. We have little time before it causes an overload in the engine. You must work efficiently.
Centaur class would probably be from the Lost Era, because it is like a Miranda and Excelsior had a baby, so those are kind of Lost Era-y ships, right? I mean, like TOS movies, but that's almost the Lost Era. Most people, when they say Lost Era, they mean between the 2290s and the 2350s. Okay, and then... Oh. What am I doing? Ah! Is it... then maybe this one... Okay, yay!
The EPS lines to the port warp engine are back in balance.
I got the EPS lined up.
Once I cycle the manifold nozzles, Chovak can...
By the way, have they ever said that in Star Trek before? They called the structural integrity field Sith? That sounded new to me. There is some haptic feedback on some of this stuff. Okay, that I would not be that calm if there's... Whoa, duck!
DS to bridge. We just lost the docking clamp.
Yeah, you almost lost your head, too. They're calm under pressure.
Got a lot of debris coming down. All vibrations, too. We can't finish the EPS regulation in these conditions. Please advise.
We have to release the ship from that other docking clamp or the hull will be ripped apart.
There's a problem. The clamps are supposed to disengage automatically in an emergency, but it's not working.
It's gonna have to be manually disconnected then, right?
The docking clamps are fitted with exploding bolts for an emergency.
Gonna blow it up?
We've got crew out there. That'd be like setting off a bomb next to them.
Maybe there's another way.
Starbase is hailing us.
Put him through.
Resolute, the remaining mooring arm is failing. You need to disengage from the starbase now. The damage to the station will be catastrophic.
Our crew is out there. We're exploring options.
The docking clamp isn't functioning. We're exploring our options.
The option is to detonate the emergency release.
Commander, hear me. Reverse the polarity of the hull, which theoretically will repel the docking clamps.
And repel the engineering crew right off the hull into the storm.
This is Captain Solano. Put me on screen.
Go ahead. Captain, we have a situation.
Commander, what are you doing? This isn't your call to make. Blow the...
The captain doesn't know the whole story.
I'm giving you an order. Jara?
It's not that simple. Trust me.
Captain, you brought me here because you trusted me. Can you trust me now?
You better be sure you make the right decision.
Yeah, we're gonna try to save them.
Himself quite clear.
They're gonna get hammered with debris out there. Reverse the polarity.
We're gonna reverse the polarity.
There is protocol.
I trust Westbrook. He knows the science.
Starbase, stand by.
We're gonna flip hull polarity to disengage the clamps.
Yes, Commander.
He did not like that. The captain is mad at me. His little icon turned red.
This is Acting Captain Jara Rydek. Repair crew. This is Acting Captain Jara Rydek. Be advised, tether yourself and deactivate your boots on my mark.
Understood.
Yeah, they can do this.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark!
Grab my hand! I got you.
Thank you.
Plasma imbalance is reaching critical condition. We are moments from primary system failure.
I got it.
Okay. That thing does not want to move. Go! It's like trying to roll up a window in a car before they had electric windows. You had to turn that crank. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. Here we go. Yeah, I definitely feel put under pressure in this game.
Look out!
Smacked in the head. Shit!
I got you.
She is knocked out.
Unconscious. I'm gonna have to tow her back to the airlock.
Mr. Diaz, the situation has changed. Mr. Diaz, the situation has changed.
No.
It has come to my attention that you are at risk of triggering a
But Commander, the way we came is the nearest airlock.
There is an auxiliary hatch near you on the far end of the pylon. You must bring Miss Edsalar there to access the interior.
Roger
Okay.
that.
Gotta get to the hatch.
Going there now.
Well, easier said than done. And she's just taking a nap back there. Smacked her upside the head pretty good.
I'm at the auxiliary hatch.
Okay, guess she's awake now, but is just kind of standing there uselessly. Okay, now she's getting involved.
You go first.
What?
You were the one that was just knocked out. Okay, no time to argue, just get in there.
No time to fight me on this. Get in there.
No way, you're first.
Not on your life.
Let's not let it come down to that.
Uh-oh. Did I just choose who dies? Nope. I hit R2 and... Ah! Oh, shit. Well... Diaz, did he make it?
We made it.
Both of them? Okay.
They're safe. Bringing the SIF fully online.
SIF.
Do it.
Structural integrity field. Never heard it called SIF before. I don't think. Well, thank you, Alan. Alan Toussaint. Okay, this is the end of that chapter. Now we have the price of duty. They sound like they could be actual, you know, episode
Really?
titles.
I'm good. Help me with him.
He does not look okay.
Medical. Got one wounded at my location. Carter.
Is he gonna be scarred
You
now?
don't look so good.
Is he scarred for the rest of the game? Yeah, this would be fun to do.
I just got here. I'm not ready to see
Sorry,
you two get
I wanna
blown to
talk over
space
this.
dust just yet. Now let's get you down to sickbay.
So, how I agree this would be fun in VR, but there is a Star Trek VR game with Bridge Crew, so we have that option as well out there.
Status report.
The repair crew made it inside. EPS flow is back to nominal levels. The SIF is back up.
How does this affect mission readiness, Mr. Ermot?
Releasing the docking clamps using hull polarity minimized damage to the Resolute. We'll have some last-minute repairs to make, but if we reapportion some of the staff, we can make our departure on time. As of now, however, we are successfully moored to the station.
Good to hear. Send updates to my ready room. Commander Rydek, with me.
Now, we gotta explain to the captain why we did what we did. He does not look happy. We disobeyed orders.
You disobeyed my orders. Well?
I'm sorry. But it was the right thing, but I'm still gonna apologize.
I'm sorry for that, Captain. I
You
did what I thought was...
disobeyed my orders. And not just in front of the bridge crew, but the Starbase staff as well. That's going to get around. My name's already tarnished around the fleet. But
He's
what
so
is it
worried
going
about
to
his
do
name.
to my credibility on this ship? From the top to the bottom. Bridge to lower decks.
No, you didn't have the facts.
Maybe I shouldn't have disobeyed a direct order. But you were wrong. You weren't on board, and you didn't have all the information. So I made the right decision for the ship. If you're worried about your credibility, put your ego aside and trust your crew. Trust me.
You might have won some fans on the bridge with that stunt, but not everyone. Lieutenant Commander Chovak has already bent my ear.
I'm sure he doesn't take it personally. He'll get over it in time.
Mr. Chovak is more complicated than he would want to admit. I guess we all are. And
complex characters.
If I'm being honest, I'm not sure what I would have done in the moment either. You never really know if you weren't in those shoes. So, let's just boil it down to you did what you had to.
Thank you for understanding.
Thank you for understanding, sir. I'm sure no one knows the burden of command as well as you do.
We're all getting along.
I'm sure you will, someday.
This isn't that hard.
Despite it all, we got our final Starfleet clearance to depart.
We're all one big happy
so
fleet.
Mr. Ermot, we'll knock out the final details of any outstanding repairs, and we'll set out for Hotari.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Gotta go along our way on this diplomatic mission. We have a war to stop. All I ask is a tall ship. Who knows the rest of that quote? And a star to steer her by. On the Defiant dedication plaque. Wonder what the Resolute dedication plaque says.
Full mission readiness.
Wonder if we can find it on the bridge.
All departments reporting full mission ready.
This is my favorite moment, right now.
The start of a new mission is always full of possibility.
The Orion Syndicate could sell it as a drug.
Don't let the Admiralty hear you say that.
I like that exchange. Do y'all see a dedication plaque anywhere?
Captain on the bridge.
Sit. Sit, everyone. You all know, I'm not big on speeches. We're embarking on the first mission since our refit. Let's make it a good one. Disengage docking clamps.
Docking clamps released.
Thrusters ahead, Mr. Handar.
So how's this gonna work? I wonder what I do. Am I gonna have to command someone to go to warp, or how will this stuff play? That's a cool shot. Reminds me of Star Trek 3. Some of the space dock stuff. Okay, see you later, Sohel.
That should do it. Set a course for the Hotari system. Prepare to go to warp 8.
Hi, Captain.
I'm ready to do this mission.
You know what? You take this one.
I get to say engage. Or should we go with make way? Let's go with make way.
Helm. Make way.
I like it. Joel popped in to say hi. Hi, Joel. Joel, I don't know if you saw my warp catchphrase I selected. I went with make way.
I know that.
Ha. Park it right there. Whoa.
Easy. Thank you. I'm fine.
Maybe she's
Really?
low on,
You don't look so good.
what was it again? Not deutronium. Oh yeah, duridium. Gotta remember that, duridium.
I have to get
Dom
this
Paris will give me a hard time if I forget again.
Commander, help me get her inside.
Uh-oh. Well, that's not a great thing to do. Your first day at work on the new ship. It was going all so well until right now. We got her on a Duridium
that was
IV.
quite a scare. A few minutes more and it would have been one of the shortest tenures on record for a first officer.
Yikes. Moments away from death.
The engineer that was out on the hull?
That storm did a real number on
No, our two playable characters
live.
side by side.
Just needs rest.
Or bed
You
by
should worry
bed.
about yourself. Your duridium levels got dangerously low and destabilized your cell structure.
This is definitely one of the more memorable first days I can think of.
My name is Dr. Aram Duval, Chief Medical Officer. To be honest, I've never met a Kobliad before. You're
rare. I know.
I was going to say special. Your people's numbers have dwindled, despite the Federation's efforts to find a more readily available alternative
I'm
to the
curious
Kobliad
to learn
need
more
survive.
about the
You
Kobliads.
joined Starfleet and managed to thrive. I imagine the responsibility must be overwhelming. Maybe even a burden at times.
Let's go with it can be difficult.
I don't like the attention it brings. Being treated differently than everyone else.
But you are different. That's not something you can...
So she's basically like someone with a disability.
But sometimes it makes it even more difficult than it already is.
It's kind of like a Star Trek
And
analog
don't worry, I
for
won't treat you like a science experiment. I just do the science and leave the experiments to Solano.
a disability.
You don't agree with his methods?
I don't agree with his definition of acceptable risks. Not when the lives of your crew are at stake.
Some tension
My
between
professional
the
opinion is that the accident took a toll. More than he's willing to admit. He's
doctor,
overstressed,
the captain.
operating in the pressure cooker of his own mind. Which is never a good headspace when the lives of your crew are at stake.
Yeah, that sounds kind of scary.
What concerns me is that now he's even further away from the thing he's been chasing his entire career. The breakthrough discovery. The major innovation. Something he can put his name on. The more the time passes and the further out of reach it gets, the more risk he'll be willing to take. People become blinded
No.
by their own ambition.
That's my job.
I've seen it happen before.
Make sure that doesn't happen.
I hear you. But that's my job, isn't it? To make sure that doesn't happen. And we don't lose sight of the bigger picture.
Which is exactly why I'm so glad you're here. I need you now more than ever. And I have to give you credit for what happened on the bridge. It took guts to defy a direct order.
Huh. I guess word travels fast around here.
It's a small ship, and everyone's curious about the new XO. Fortunately, your cell structure's almost completely stabilized. And I'll spare us both the lecture, but I do feel it's my responsibility to remind you, without regular infusions of duridium, you will not live. It's as simple as that.
Understood.
Then, my work here is done.
Okay. Good reminder. Don't go
Lieutenant
too long
Bedrosian.
without duridium.
I came to see if you were okay. We were all pretty worried on the bridge.
Our security
No one knew
officer.
what was happening.
Thanks for coming. I appreciate that.
I'm feeling much better. Thank you. It's just part of who I am.
You don't have to explain to me. I understand. I'm just glad you're okay. You trusted me earlier with the shields, and I appreciated that. I want you to know that I have your back.
Thank you.
Are they setting up a friendship, maybe even like a romance between these two? That was, she seemed pretty giddy there to follow her.
Now, Carter, the emissions that gave you that burn are quite unusual, like everything else that goes with this storm. That's a combination of hyronolin and lectrazine to counter the radiation effects. That should help speed your healing. She's come by a couple of times to see you already. Be brief.
Be brief with my patient.
It's good to see you awake again. I was starting to get worried. Not that you aren't in good hands with Dr. Duvall.
You can't get rid of me that easy.
Come on, you know you can't get rid of me that easy.
Don't push me, Diaz. You do not want to see me try.
No, nope. I am not getting on your bad side.
I am a formidable enemy. Millie was looking in on you too, by the way. But since it's just us right now, I had a chance to think about this while I was away. And I thought it was important that I just come out and tell you. Instead of tiptoeing around it. Or worse, leaving it unsaid.
You like me? Is there a romance here, right here, between these two?
It's just a guess, but you like me. Is that what this is?
How'd you know? Must have been pretty obvious. Which is funny because kind of came out of nowhere.
Let's reciprocate. Reciprocate? Yeah. Let's show some interest back her way.
Well, you know, I was hoping.
I guess that makes this a little easier to say. We've been really good friends for a long time. I want to see if there's more between us than just being friends.
You don't have to explain it. I feel the same way. There is something between us.
So, do you want to find out what that something is? If it's there for you, and it's there for me, why not give it a try?
Let's go with the slow approach.
We don't have to put too much pressure on. Let's just see where this goes.
I like that. Definitely felt some pressure coming down to see you.
Sorry,
Yeah, baby steps.
The
There we
patient
go.
needs to rest if he wants to get back to his old self.
Of course. I'll see you again soon.
So yeah, I do not know who is who all is still here watching, but
Approaching the rendezvous point outside Atari space.
Helm, bring us out of warp.
Dropping to impulse.
in the comments, I'd be curious to hear if y'all approve or disapprove of my decision making.
Shield integrity holding. We can take it.
We are at the correct coordinates to meet the shuttle.
Commander Rydek, find us our diplomat, if you will.
Okay, I think I know who this diplomat is going to be.
Let's reduce the noise.
There's a
Filter
very
out environmental signals.
very famous diplomat
for Federation signal types.
who would have been active during this time. Okay, I'm scanning. I guess. Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Okay, I had to do it at the right speed, I guess. I don't know. Didn't really understand
I've located
that.
the shuttle. Opening comms.
On screen.
Joel says, scan harder.
Shuttle to Resolute.
Oh, that shuttle spinning out of control.
Losing.
I can't get it any clearer.
We won't get a transporter lock. It's just not happening.
Power up the tractor beam. We'll pull them directly into the docking bay.
Diaz, you good to run the tractor emitter?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
I'm sure.
So I guess my choice just got him permanently scarred like that. So this Excelsior, is the Sulu's Excelsior, or is it the Excelsior 2 that we see in Picard?
First thing, lock onto the shuttle and stabilize the rotation.
Because this shuttle is from the Excelsior. Okay. Anyways, I got a shuttle to save. Can't be worried about that. Okay. There we go. Stabilize. That's like a Star Trek V shuttlecraft.
We're pulling in debris.
I'm on it.
Use the tractor beam to deflect the asteroids. Okay. How do I... Okay, I got that one there, that one there. Did I lose the shuttle? Was I too slow? Ah, I was trying! I just needed a little bit more time.
There's the bridge. There's a large piece of debris headed for the shuttle. The tractor beam can't handle it.
Can our shields take it?
I believe so.
Okay, Braxton says he's watching me, and he's gonna make the opposite choices.
On it.
That's a good way to get multiple experiences. Okay.
Here we go.
Is that what we need?
Maneuvering
Okay.
thrusters bearing 53 Mark 17, 200 meters on an intercept course.
Maneuvering.
Let's go, Resolute.
Got it.
Whoa! Someone's working hard on the bridge.
Yes, we are. I'm having to do that and do what you're doing. So. Okay, let's bring her on board. Here we go. Woo! And is this gonna have my famous diplomat on board? Because if it does, then I'm expecting to see the likeness of a certain individual. The most iconic faces in all of Star Trek. Is this going to be the one and only Ambassador Spock?
Terra firma, so to speak.
It is! Yay!
Spock.
Spock! Spock is here. I am meeting Spock. Let's walk right up to him.
The captain will be right down to meet you, sir.
In that case, I will wait for him here.
The likeness does not look as good as I would have thought. The voice is really good. Whoever's doing the voice. I feel like the hair maybe should be like a little darker. Should look more like how he looked a little grayer. What would I say? I guess apologize for the rough landing.
Apologies for the landing, Ambassador. I was operating the tractor beam, sir. I take responsibility.
The craft suffered a few collisions, but I believe the saying is, it will buff out. We thought we were prepared for our arrival in Hotari space, but it is evident my craft was not sufficiently robust for such intense ionic activity.
The storm has been pretty intense.
There was an element that was most unusual. Before you came to our aid, our maneuvering thrusters and impulse engines were rendered inoperable. So we attempted a short traversal at warp speed, only to find that we could not achieve warp at all, even though our diagnostics computer showed no faults or anomalies. What do you make of that? When all indications say that warp speed is possible, but in practice, we find it is not.
Let's blame it on the computer.
Well, onboard diagnostics can be wrong. I can take a closer look at your shuttle systems to get to the bottom of it.
I would appreciate that.
Take readings, run some additional diagnostic checks, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
Quite logical, Petty Officer...
Carter Diaz. Sir.
Thank you.
The voice, like, some words, it sounds just like Nimoy, others not so much.
To have you aboard. I'd like to get right to it. We're already behind.
But regardless, still cool to have Spock in the story on the ship. He was a big, important person in the Federation during this time. Makes a lot of sense to use him for a diplomatic thing. Provocation to war. Wonder how many chapters there are. If someone could look up like what chapter this is and how many there are total.
Spock, my senior staff.
Just curious, how much of the game have I played just now in the last hour or two?
It's not every day that a captain gets to welcome a Starfleet legend aboard.
You flatter me, Captain Solano. But legend implies the past tense, whereas I am very much focused on our present circumstances.
I didn't mean to suggest you were stuck in the past. You're right, Ambassador. Not the most diplomatic choice of words.
Let's help the captain out.
You are a legend, Ambassador. There's not an officer in Starfleet that doesn't know of your career.
I would never assume that to be the case.
We were hoping you could fill us in on the details. We got the basics from Starfleet. Two formerly peaceful neighbors are now on the brink of war.
Indeed, and the tension between them grows fiercer by the hour.
Neighboring species about to go to war with each other. What do we got, Spock?
Ilidia and Hotari. The Ilidians are the more advanced species. They made first contact with the Hotari over a century ago. This is Tau, the Hotari moon. It is rich in dilithium, and for decades, the Hotari and the Ilidians have shared a mining operation there. The Ilidians provide the technological resources, while the Hotari have served as the labor force. The stability of that arrangement was the source of their peace, until recently.
Uh-oh.
The Hotari have suddenly and forcefully seized control of the mining operations and expelled the Ilidians from their system. That is the official story, as told by the Hotari when they requested Federation mediation. But the details remain scant. Communications between all parties have been limited by the ionic interference.
I want to know what the Ilidians are up to.
Have the Ilidians retaliated against the Hotari? Or taken any action against them?
Surprisingly, they have not yet responded in kind. They were open to a Federation presence, but it is unlikely the relatively primitive Hotari forces would stand a chance against the Ilidian fleet in open war. Left unchecked, this conflict will result in more bloodshed. which is what we are here to prevent.
And the dilithium trade hangs in the balance.
Clearly, the Hotari have been exploited in this relationship.
Maybe we can persuade them peace is the more profitable alternative for everyone. They both profited from the mines. And for the Hotari, something is better than nothing.
I think,
Peace
no.
is our objective, after all.
The Hotari are at a disadvantage here.
We can call it profitable or mutually beneficial, but at the end of the day, the Hotari are still being exploited for their own resources.
Yes.
True peace is not merely the absence of war. And as such, this conflict will surely come again.
Neither the Illidians or the Hotari are members of the Federation, so we can't make them do anything.
There is an additional complicating factor I should mention. In the past, the Federation has relied on the Illidians as a source of dilithium.
Okay.
That certainly changes things.
The Federation sources its dilithium from a lot of places.
Yeah, and this is one of them.
So we've already
Be
played a part in this.
self-critical.
Unfortunately, that is indeed the case, Commander Rydek.
We're morally obligated to make this right.
Hold on. Our only obligation is to negotiate the peaceful resolution of this conflict.
Given the Federation's involvement in the Illidium dilithium trade, Captain Solano and I must make every effort to appear neutral in these negotiations.
What worries me is if this whole thing unravels, and we're at the mercy of the storm at less than full strength.
We can't let it come to that.
Considering what the ion storm has done to our ship, and the Ambassador's shuttle, we have to assume the Illidian fleet has had problems with it as well.
So the ship is
The recent
nerfed.
surge in the energy disturbance temporarily levels the playing field.
Commander Westbrook is correct. The energy anomalies around the Hotari systems have been noted in the past. But they have never been observed on the orders of magnitude we have seen in recent weeks.
If it's keeping the two sides talking instead of shooting at each other, that actually helps us negotiate a peace.
Yeah.
And we'll take advantage of that as long as it works in our favor.
And when it doesn't?
All the more reason to learn as much about it as we can while we are here. We do not want to be caught unprepared, should the energy anomaly continue to fluctuate. So I trust we understand our circumstances.
We're operating on a strict timetable here, and we're going to be leaving for the negotiations shortly. Commander Westbrook, I want you to leverage our systems to investigate the anomaly from here while we're gone.
Aye, Captain.
Thank you all.
Dismissed.
So,
I want to speak to both of you privately.
okay. A couple things going on. But let's see
Ambassador
what Spock has
Spock,
to say.
I'd like to make a formal introduction. My first officer, Commander Jara Rydek.
Commander, as you are aware, there are limits to what Captain Solano and I can do in our official capacity as representatives of the Federation. But someone in an unofficial capacity,
Yeah, that is,
Commander Rydek could ingratiate herself to
What are you
certain
trying to
parties
say,
behind
Spock?
scenes, where they may be more candid in revealing information that could lead to a resolution.
She certainly goes her own way. Maybe that helps in this case. It would be unconventional, but I'm not opposed to it.
Well, whatever it takes.
I'm perfectly happy to work outside the lines.
And by extension, you will be doing your duty, Commander.
Just not too far outside the lines. Well, I hope Commander Rydek will have more luck finding out what really happened than we will through official diplomatic channels.
The fate of the negotiations, the interests of the Federation, and the prospect for peace may very well depend on it.
Okay, Spock, that's not a ton of pressure or anything. But yeah, so a few things going on. So, yeah, peace between the more primitive working people against the more advanced people that are kind of exploiting their own resources. And then we also have that ion storm, which there's something weird with the ion storm. It sounds like people keep mentioning how kind of unprecedented it
Mr.
is.
Diaz,
I wonder if there's something
understand you
causing
have already
it.
discussed the warp drive failure with Ambassador Spock.
I have.
It is imperative that the Ambassador's shuttle be flight ready. I need you both to ascertain the root cause of the system failures he encountered.
I'm surprised, Commander. I thought you would have wanted to work on Ambassador Spock's shuttle yourself.
I respect the Ambassador and his many accomplishments, but I do not derive any satisfaction from interacting with his shuttle as if it were somehow transubstantiated through its association with him. Especially when I have the entirety of this starship to concern myself with. I am not the chief engineer of this shuttlecraft.
Commander Chovak, is there anything you do enjoy?
I take pleasure in the satisfaction of a job well done.
Okay.
I suggest you try it sometime. Make note of any abnormalities in your report.
I like Chovak's sassiness.
Is that a joke?
No, couldn't have been.
Joel, we were talking about
It
Spock's
seems like
shuttle.
he's warming up to us.
I noticed.
Even Chovak has to look at that face.
It's
and
named
then earn some
Grayson.
real respect.
Spock named it after his
And I have
mom,
to
Amanda
admit
Grayson.
That I owe you one. You were right to make me go first. I don't know what I was thinking. You did the smart thing.
No, you don't owe me.
You've pulled me out of trouble how many times? Call it even.
Okay. At the very least, maybe I can track down that bottle of Saurian brandy you're still on the hook for. But first, we have work to do.
Yeah, see right there, it's Grayson.
Ready to go?
All set. Let's run the diagnostic.
Okay. Working on Spock's shuttle. Did not know I'd be doing that today. Oops. So.
I know about your talk with Miranda.
You do?
She
word
sent
gets
me a
around,
Priority
huh?
1 dispatch right after your conversation.
Priority 1.
I'm happy for you. Both of you.
Thanks.
But I'm only going to tell you this once. Don't screw this up. Because I would be very unhappy if you tried this out and then, I don't know, 6 weeks or 6 days later, I have to start splitting holidays between the two of you. All because things went south and you're not on speaking terms.
Have some
That just
faith.
isn't gonna work for me. And I know you'll respect that.
You really don't believe in me, huh?
It's
Look
not
at-
you.
Look at their
Or
pips.
Just running the numbers, and things don't work out more often than they do.
These are enlisted
I like
people.
my friends, and I like our group.
Like
I don't
O'Brien.
wanna lose that. Is that thing done yet?
Yeah, it's wrapping up.
It's
Let's
rare
see.
for
Relays
Star
along
Trek
the primary
to
EPS are blown. The backup
remember
relays are all
there's
intact.
An
non-commissioned
EPS overload from the
officers
warp drive could
in
cause that.
Starfleet.
But how did the shuttle end up dead in the water?
Well, maybe the ship's data recorder can tell us something.
Check the black box. I guess I'm supposed to select the data recorder. Okay.
Here.
Oh, right
They were
there.
only about 8 minutes from their plotted warp point. No faults, just those warnings. What are they?
The warp field became inverted suddenly.
I've seen this happen when the center warp coil cracks.
A cracked warp coil throws a fault code.
Still, we should take a look.
There was a complete warp cascade failure.
Wow. They're lucky the shuttle didn't turn inside out.
Makes me think the computer panicked on the warp field equation. Subspace variance out of tolerance. What does that mean?
It means the main navigation array lost sight of space somehow.
Would the array going offline cause that?
Yes, but it should have also thrown a fault code. Any one of these failures should have thrown a fault.
If it was caused by a system failure.
None of this caused the relays to blow. Roll forward to when that happened.
Yes, ma'am.
So here, they take a moment to get their bearings and they attempt to re-engage the warp drive.
There. That's the relays blowing.
And look, there's another warp system alert.
They're all the same. Subspace variants out of tolerance, or warp inversions. Finally, there's a complete warp cascade failure.
Then it's one of two things. Either a warp coil is cracked, or the navigation array is offline.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Divide and conquer. You want to check the warp coils or the navigation array? I'll check the other. Let's not overcomplicate
Oh,
this.
what should I
One
pick?
Of these systems is likely broken.
I want to see the, I guess the warp coils.
I'll check the nacelles for a cracked coil.
Okay. We're gonna have to use the tricorder. Your tricorder can record and analyze data. Looking through it will reveal the unseen. Use square to equip or holster your tricorder. Hold R2 to scan glowing objects. You must be close to some objects to scan them. Watch the frame of the screen to see if you are too far away. Okay. Oh, this is tricorder vision. This is cool. We've never seen something like this in any of the shows. The tricorder looks really cool. I'm just looking at the different lights and labels on it. So, there's the coils and the nacelle. Guess I need to hold square to scan them. Right? Wasn't that what I was supposed to do? Or R2? Do I need to go scan the other one? Maybe I have to be closer to it. There we go. Okay. During a deep scan, use L1 and R1 to switch between different scanning modes. Okay. Okay. I guess I scanned everything.
For imbalances. If any coil in either engine were cracked, I would have detected it. So, it must be the navigation array.
Except it's not. Checked and double-checked.
Well, the readings don't lie.
Here comes the security detail for the way team.
Oh, no, like what I was saying earlier, if anyone's going to be the red shirt in this game, I think it's going to be her.
I'm not here.
We're escorting the negotiating team to the surface as soon as they come down from the bridge. I don't want to interrupt some important work. I was just hoping to see you before I go. The captain and the others will be here any minute now. Should be an interesting ride down to the surface.
Come on, I'm never too busy to make time for you.
That's not true.
No. But I am glad you came by.
Now that's more accurate.
I gotta be
Hey,
precise with you.
springtime. The game's been
Hey,
fun.
Max. Aren't these those button pushers you're always hanging out with?
And you're the phaser jockeys we always beat in Parisi squares, right?
All aboard for Hotari.
That another one of the captain's railroad things?
All aboard. Yeah, he likes
I
trains.
just usually zone out by the time he gets to the whole steam engines were the warp drives of their day part.
That's funny that in the 24th century you would still have some guys are just, you know, those hardcore train fanatics. It's appropriate though. I like it.
I do have to go.
It hasn't been done before. It hasn't been done in Star Trek before.
Not gonna lie, I'd rather not leave right now.
Okay, let's kiss.
More important things on my mind.
We're gonna boldly go. I feel like that probably was moving pretty quick, but, you know, it's a short game, so... And she liked it. So good call, Fathery.
For when I get back.
You've got a deal.
If she comes back.
Be seeing you.
Bye.
Etzelarda Diaz. If you could float back down to reality, we still have a ways to go. All right, where were we?
So, the warp coils in the navigation array are fine, but the nav computer doesn't seem to think so.
I'm out of ideas short of field stripping the shuttle from bow to stern.
You wanna take this out of the shuttle and throw it on the bench?
Oh, real hands-on maintenance. I like it.
So they had to remove
the nav computer is patched into the ship.
Navigational
The
computer.
ship's computer can double-check our work. If the shuttle's nav computer is putting out false data, we'll know.
Let's run through the shuttle's logs again.
Running now.
This was Spock's shuttle. What went wrong with it?
Same. Warp field inversion and a cascade failure. However, the Resolute computer doesn't show the same subspace variance.
We're in the same conditions that the shuttle was in when it failed. Why wouldn't the ship's computer get a matching result?
What if the subspace variance was a momentary occurrence?
That's a possibility, and it would explain why the simulation under our current sensor readings failed to reproduce the issue.
But a subspace anomaly strong enough to cause a warp field collapse would leave graviton ripples for days.
Let's run with the momentary subspace variance theory for now. Roll forward to the shuttle's attempt to re-engage the warp drive. We need the conditions of space around the shuttle at the moment of warp failure.
Resuming simulation.
Error in warp field calculation. Cochrane formula variables are out of range.
That right there. Take the shuttle sensor data from that moment.
Computer, why did the warp field calculation fail?
Warp field pressure returned non-orthogonal. Results are undefined.
That doesn't help.
Wait, what if we use a different ship?
Joel, I like that.
Resolute into the simulation.
Says if
instead
there's
of the
nothing,
shuttle.
nothing wrong with the shuttle,
Should
there's
work
something
just
wrong
fine.
with the universe.
Unless... Computer, run the simulation with the Resolute.
Resolute simulated.
Computer, give me
What
manual
happened
control
with the
on the warp
Resolute?
power.
Static field intensity, warp 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Warp pressure is destabilized. Error in warp field calculation. The warp drive has experienced a system-wide cascade failure. Warp field collapsed. Subspace variance is out of tolerance. Cochrane formula results are undefined.
Bingo.
What-o?
The same moment when the shuttle failed to warp, so did the ship. Whatever happened to the shuttle just happened to us. The Resolute will not sustain warp.
We can't leave Hotari space.
So they're stuck? They're stranded? You can warp in, but you can't warp out? Or your shuttle will spin around like Spock? I guess we're gonna go meet the Hotari. So we're gonna get started on this diplomatic mission. Right. Nice architecture. A bit Klingon-ish, kind of like, you know, Kronos when we see
Ambassador
the
Spock, Captain Solano,
capital halls.
welcome to Hotari. We are honored you have come. My name is Tyler Saltaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
The honor is ours.
Like her
This is
character
Commander
design.
Jara Rydick, first officer aboard the USS Resolute. You'll find she has a keen mind and unique insight into the dynamics between the Hotari and the Illydians.
We are honored to be here as representatives of the Federation.
I'm so glad.
These must be the representatives of the mighty Federation.
This
The
guy
reigning
must be an
authority in the
asshole who
galaxy.
likes to interrupt people.
Or so we've been led to believe. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen. But, either way, we're grateful you've made the time to come to our little corner of the universe.
And you are?
This is Galvin, and this is Sidron, the heroes of the revolt in the mines.
So they led the revolt against those other aliens, the Adeline or whatever they're called. These guys.
Let's hope this is the last time we ever have to come
Oh,
here.
this guy is going to be all stuck up and stuffy like this.
I think we're about to begin.
Did you hear the arrogance from that guy? I don't know what we're walking into here, but that guy was something.
Something about his tone tells me this won't be easy.
That was my sense as well.
I doubt he speaks for all of Hotari. So I would urge patience until we speak with their queen.
So the Hotari are ruled by a queen. What's the correct Starfleet way to address loyalty or royalty? Strength or difference? I guess I'll show strength.
Ambassador Spock, welcome to Hotari Prime.
The honor is mine, Your Majesty.
That the Federation would send one of their most respected representatives is not only an honor to the Hotari people and their queen, but a recognition of our stature and importance.
Let's get on with it, shall we? With all due respect to the Federation and their ambassador, they have no authority here. We are not members of their alliance. We are not subject to their rule, nor yours. We demand the immediate return of all mining operations to Illydian control, as it has been for centuries and will be for centuries more. That has always been our understanding.
That understanding has changed.
Then you
Well, it's only been 100
You
years.
cannot remain silent. You
What does
will
he say,
be
centuries?
silenced. But his point is well taken. What is the Federation's interest in this matter? Perhaps you would have us trade one oppressor for another?
The Federation remains neutral. Our only interest is the peaceful resolution of this conflict. We are here at your request, Your Majesty.
For now.
Saying this wouldn't be easy was an understatement. I thought they wanted us here.
Yeah, I feel like we're not liked.
Was there something you wanted to say, Captain?
Oh, no. My apologies.
And what about the Kobliad?
She's
The
She can
Kobliad.
speak for herself, can she? Then let her.
Oh dear. They're gonna want me to speak. Am I gonna get us in trouble? What am I gonna say? What are these options gonna be? Okay, so we have...
Now
You're gonna give me some dialogue?
one should know their place. What you might be somewhere else is not what you are here. Which is standing before a queen. And a queen deserves respect. A bow is not too much to ask. Is Hotari Prime, heart of the Hotari system.
How about we do, my name is not Kobliad.
My name is Commander Jara Rydek, Your Majesty. I prefer to be called by my name, not my species.
Yeah, that's a reasonable request.
And I suppose that makes us even. Commander Rydek. You are Kobliad. Your people suffered brutal treatment at the hands of the Cardassians.
Oh.
Their injustice towards the Kobliad is as unimaginable as it is unforgivable.
Another victim of the Cardassians.
Not unlike how we have been treated by the Alidians.
As much as they'd have you believe they are the victims here, remember it was the Hotari who attacked us. Hundreds of innocent Alidians were slaughtered without mercy in those mines.
The blood is on their hands, not ours.
Quiet!
Blood was spilled.
If after all the Kobliad suffered, you finally had the chance to right that wrong, to get out from under their control, would you take it? Or would you negotiate a peace?
I would seek peace.
There is no remedy for what the Kobliad suffered. And I fear who we might have become in pursuit of it. There is no justice if the oppressed become the oppressor. So I would willingly accept a peaceful resolution if it were offered. That is the real opportunity.
Yeah, that sounds good. Spock liked that. I always seem to come up with choices Spock approves of. So I'm doing something right.
Perhaps. Unfortunately,
It's really satisfying, actually.
That was not the case, was it?
No. It was not.
Peace is often elusive to those who need it most. The Federation is the most powerful, most advanced alliance in the galaxy. It's widely known we have an abundance of dilithium in our mines. And it's in your interest to secure a steady supply.
Your Majesty, if I may.
Ambassador Spock would have us believe you're here as a neutral party in the interest of peace. So why are you really here? I want the truth, not your Federation rhetoric.
Should just be transparent that dilithium is a factor? No, we only want peace.
As Ambassador Spock has said, we've come seeking a peaceful resolution to this conflict, and have no interest in your dilithium.
I'm not nearly as naive as you must think. The Federation has done business with the Alidians for decades, which makes me question your motives.
What they haven't said, but cannot deny, is a simple truth. The dilithium trade would not and will no longer exist without Alidian involvement. We created it for the benefit of everyone, especially the Hotari. We've given them warp technology. We've let them share in the profits. We've made their lives infinitely better than before dilithium was discovered. All of that goes away if the Federation turns a blind eye to their treachery.
That is enough of your lies! The Hotari are quite capable of running the mines. We've done so for centuries. So tell me, who deserves control of the dilithium trade and the mines on Tau? Who should the Federation recognize? The Hotari or the Alidians?
I'm gonna
Only
pick.
be one or the other, not.
I'm gonna side with the workers, so I'm going with the Hotari.
If I have to choose only one, then it would have to be the Hotari.
Well said.
It makes you make the hard choice.
And wise Federation.
There's no straddling the line on that one.
This is an outrage. The Federation has lost all credibility.
The mines are ours. Lydia will not be deterred. We will take back our mines by any means necessary.
And you will see more blood spilled.
I am more than willing to address your concerns, Your Majesty. Yours as well, Representative. But I suggest we could have a more productive conversation with a smaller group. Perhaps only the most essential representatives.
Is that the Spock eyebrow raised?
I suppose there is some sense to that. I hope we meet again, Jara Ryder.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll interact with this queen again at some point. I hope we do anyways. I seem to have built up some trust with her.
Spock and I will cover everything on the diplomatic front. You make nice with the locals and see if you can get some answers. We need to find out why the Hotari are so willing to risk war. What happened in those mines?
Speak with members of each faction. Okay, well... What is this? Just to, won't even let me go in there?
Captain and Ambassador have it handled. I've got my own mission.
Okay. Can't go bother the Queen. Oh.
Such rough terrain.
Just taking in the view.
No wonder the Hotari are so tough.
Interesting environment for these people to live in. Just water?
Soothing.
Okay.
Commander, I'm glad you've chosen to side
This guy was part of the rebellion that captured the mines.
Would see through the Elydians' baseless claims and protect the interests of my people.
Even though the Hotari should have control of the mines, some of the Elydian claims are still valid.
There you're wrong, but we can agree to disagree.
I assume you were there the day the mines were seized from the Elydians.
Not seized. Reclaimed.
Like
and
this
restored
dude.
to their rightful owners.
Even though he's a bit of a jerk.
I was there. We had to be decisive. Before the Elydians could even realize their worst nightmares upon them.
Were the Hotari miners armed during the revolt? I'm just trying to understand how it happened.
If by that you mean armed with centuries of abuse and exploitation at the hands of the Elydians, then yes.
Which doesn't really answer my question.
We had them vastly overwhelmed from the start. They respect one
Does not
thing
want to
above
answer.
all else, and that is force. The greater the force, the more certain the outcome. Any talk of making peace is just that, and worth little without the strength to secure it. Which makes me wonder about your ship, the Resolute. Undoubtedly the Federation's finest warship. Ready to contend with anything the Elydians might have in store. Or is that not true? Maybe I've misjudged it.
I'm gonna say the Resolute can hold its own.
I wouldn't say state-of-the-art, but the Resolute is plenty capable and can hold its
This
own
guy might
against just
respect
about anything.
Let's hope so.
Some strength.
Because at the moment, it's the only thing preventing them from wiping us off the map.
Wow. No pressure.
Sidron.
A pleasure meeting you, Commander. I'm sure we'll cross paths again.
He's gonna go to the Queen's chamber. Let's go talk to this dude right here. Or this woman.
Commander Ryder, I'm encouraged to see the Federation supporting my people. I'm afraid of what might happen without your help.
Oh yeah, let's promote Spock. Let's hype him up.
If anyone deserves thanks, it's Ambassador Spock. No one is more invested in negotiating a peaceful settlement to this conflict than he is.
I'm so glad. We need his help before the situation escalates further than it already has. It's been very trying. I saw you speaking with Sidron, our national hero. I'm curious, what did he say?
He seems to be of the opinion that negotiating for peace is a waste of time.
Because force is the only blunt instrument he understands. He's a miner, not a diplomat. For the first time in our history, the Hotari have the upper hand. We see ourselves as strong instead of downtrodden. New voices have risen up. Old voices shouted down. Galvin and Sidron have become national heroes. Now, they have the Queen's ear. Better or worse, depending on your perspective.
I get the sense you don't exactly trust them.
I don't trust their instincts, which are leading us to war. My fear has been that the Illidians will launch an attack and crush us. You've seen their starship, no doubt. They could have retaken the mines whenever they wanted to, but it never happened. And as strange as this may sound, I'd almost say they're afraid. I just don't know what they're afraid of.
Yeah, why haven't they done that?
The same bluster and bravado you would expect from them. That it has no teeth. Like they're afraid of what might happen.
Ask about the storm. The storm seems to be a big mystery.
Do you think it has something to do with the ion storm? Right now, it's stronger than ever, isn't it?
It's entirely possible. I'm not a scientist, but I do know the storm has knocked out all kinds of systems. So maybe the Illidians weren't willing to risk their ships given all the interference.
Wondering if that storm is like artificial, if someone created it, or if it's like a side effect of something else going on.
Since the day of the revolt, Galvin has seized control of the mines and restricted all access. No one's allowed without his personal authorization. And they've taken over a section of the palace with just as much secrecy and security. I'm told it could be something they brought back from the mines. I've made inquiries, but everyone pretends it doesn't exist. I strongly suspect they're hiding something.
What do you think it is?
I've heard rumors it's some sort of ancient artifact, but I haven't seen it myself.
I wonder it's something from like established Star Trek, like something they're gonna bring back something from like one of the shows or something.
I'd better see what's happening.
Reference through whatever this artifact is, whatever this discovery they dug up was.
I need to see proof of something before I can make my case to the Federation.
I can try, but even if I found it, I might not know what to make of it.
Take this. You can use it to capture whatever you find, and then send it to me.
Thank you.
Is that just a tricorder?
I will let you know what I find. And I look forward to our meeting again.
A typical Starfleet tricorder?
Sorry, I couldn't help but notice you were speaking with the Hotari this whole time. I figured in the interest of fairness, I should offer another perspective.
Of course.
I'm probably not telling you anything you don't already know, but these negotiations rely on the Federation's neutrality, as does any hope you might have for a supply of dilithium in the future. So, why you would choose to side with the Hotari escapes me.
Because y'all are assholes.
There is no dilithium trade. But clearly, you weren't aware.
Tau and the mines belong to the Hotari. They deserve to have control.
You overestimate their ability to run the mining operation. They have no idea what they're doing. Major Solid Arminta, Special Attaché, Elydian Armed Forces. Pleasure to meet you, Commander. I have my issues with the Hotari, but I have to give them some credit. They know how to seize an opportunity. Inciting an uprising the same day as a massive, once-in-a-lifetime ion storm.
See, they keep talking about
Our
this
assumption
ion
was that
storm,
this
like...
storm was just an anomaly.
Yeah.
Yes, a very convenient
See?
anomaly.
Yeah, they're
At least
onto
that
it
was what
too.
we were
I ain't the
told.
only one.
Of course, I wasn't there. But who am I to say otherwise?
You should know better than to believe everything you're told.
Well, the official story is that it was the storm that enabled the revolt. How else do a bunch of unarmed, unorganized miners seize control of an entire moon, much less thousands of mine?
Did
But I've
they
talked to
find
people who were
something
there.
that allowed them
They
to create
tell
an
a
ion
different story.
storm?
They say they're lucky to have escaped with their lives. That it was more than just the storm. That somehow the miners were able to harness the energy from the storm. I know it sounds crazy. I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But that's what they said.
You just answered your own question. How do a group of miners do something that in theory can't be done? That's how. Harnessing the storm.
But even if it's true, how does that even happen?
You tell me.
It's very
You'll
mysterious.
excuse me, Commander Ryder.
I'm intrigued. It's, interesting mystery, interesting clues. Report my findings to Captain Solano. I just haven't looked at this thing in a while, but I guess I'm doing good with all these people. It doesn't... Okay, we'll worry about that later. Yeah, I assume I go back over there to the Queen's chambers. I didn't miss anything over here anywhere, did I? No. There's probably nothing here. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just such a completionist. I like to look at everything just to make sure. Oh, look, see?
They seem proud of their culture. Pride can lead to rash action.
Yeah, it sometimes happens. It's over here. There's the warship.
An Elydian warship. The Zeldi.
That for some reason won't
They
attack.
must want the Hotari to know they can use it at any time.
They could use it at any time, but they seem to be scared to.
Why haven't they?
And there's the moon.
That must be Tau. The place it all started.
Where the mines are, where the Hotari took back control of their mines from the Adelan. Okay, so I think the captain is in here talking to the Queen. Him and Spock, we're gonna chill in here. Joel, that is a moon. That's no space station. That's a moon.
Well, that was a disaster.
What happened?
The Hotari refused to concede anything, so the Elydians stormed out.
Or Elydians, not Adelans.
The
or whatever I
Hotari
said
did
a
not
second ago.
invite us here as
Elydians.
peacekeeper.
Hotari, Elydians.
I hope your efforts were more fruitful than ours.
I mean, I kind of got some neat information, but... The ion storm is tied to the Hotari taking over control of the mines.
Gravitational
how
harmonics
yet.
failing to resolve. Warp bubble stability degrading. Increase output to maximum.
Increasing warp output to maximum.
It's happening again.
And they can't leave the system.
It is
They're
evident
stranded
that
here.
presently, the Resolute cannot achieve warp propulsion.
Since our diagnostics rule out any problems with our warp systems or anything about the ship, the problem appears to be the fabric of space itself.
Space itself? You're saying something about this region of space prevents warp travel?
Prevents it, or can't sustain it.
However improbable, that appears to be the case.
We need to know more.
But if we can't go to warp, we're sitting ducks here. It puts the mission and everyone on the ship at risk.
Not to mention, we could all be stuck here together. The Illidians, the Hotari.
Yeah, no one is going to warp.
Captain Solano is on his way back from the negotiations, and I want to have some answers for him when he gets here.
Indeed. Given the facts at hand, we may be able to deploy subspace probes around the ship to construct a clearer picture of the phenomenon.
Around the ship. I'll prep a shuttle.
Oh, cool! I didn't know that it had a shuttle bay right there in the front of the saucer. Oh, but that's where they were pulling. That's where they pulled the shuttle in with the tractor beam earlier.
Corresponding to the edge of our warp field. When we get there, I'll deploy the first probe.
Okay. Oh, I'm actually gonna get to fly the shuttle. Okay. R2 to fly forward, L2 to fly backward. Okay, I think I got it. Let's go.
Commander Westbrook, the Resolute systems are calibrated to receive the probe's readings. We are standing by to reproduce the warp field collapse after the first probe is deployed.
I want to look around, but
we'll be in position shortly.
Should probably just focus on
Diaz, do take care
flying
of
in a
piloting
straight
the
line.
shuttlecraft. Now is not the time to indulge in the human penchant for joyriding.
Chovak probably isn't such a fun guy to work for, huh?
I don't take it personal.
I just don't take it personally. At least I try not to.
That's a very mature answer.
Yeah,
Shows
this
a
is
positive attitude on your part.
a Vulcan
Remind
being a
me of it
Vulcan.
when I start complaining to you about the ship's new first officer.
Is he gonna complain about my other playable character? It's weird. It feels like, you know, you're two different people, but sometimes when you're one person, people are talking shit about the other person you are. It's like, hey, I'm right here. No, I'm that person too. Yeah, I think that was a neat way to go for the game with the two characters. One's the first officer, the other one is in the lower decks. So.
Transporting the
Probe kind of looks like
Westbrook
Nomad
here. First probe is deployed.
from the
Understood. We are reading
Changeling.
it. We are about to replay the simulation.
Problem?
Just can't get a handle on her. Commander Rydek. She rejected my plan to use a deflector pulse against the storm surge. But on the other, she did listen to my advice and use the whole polarity trick to get you through that excursion alive. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the new XO. I'm sure she's a fine officer, even if we don't see eye to eye. But she didn't go through what the rest of us did. You know that. And it's hard to figure out why she'd be the one Solano chose instead of, well, one of us.
Well, Captain Solano likes her, and you trust the captain, right?
I do. Yeah. I'm not sure if the transitive property is really applicable here, Diaz, but I catch your drift.
Test is running. Warp
Catch
field
your
collapse in
drift.
3, 2, 1, mark.
Whoa. All right, that is definitely a problem with the fabric of space. We need to get another probe out there. With 2 points of data, the Resolute and the probe, we've managed to get an interference pattern. I'm setting a waypoint to a particularly strong area of interference. We'll deploy the second probe there.
Okay, I have to drive around this big rock.
Listen, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice I wish someone had given me. Make sure you're never just one thing. And don't get so focused on what's in front of your face that you lose sight of the big picture. Before Rydeck showed up, the captain pulled me into his ready room and told me he didn't think I had the people skills to be first officer. What a load of crap. I mean, if he'd said that about Chovak, sure.
Well, if you're asking, I think you're a people person. After all, here we are. Me, an enlisted officer. You, one of the senior staff. Talking like old buddies.
I thought that was going to be more sarcastic when I selected it.
I'm sure you can handle him. You've got potential. You're a capable engineer. You're good in the field. Keep up the good work. And who knows? A solid jack of all departments like you could be Commander-in-Chief of Starfleet one day. Hell, Admiral Jellicoe started as a shuttle pilot. And there are places to go in the enlisted ranks, too. Of course, if you get an officer's commission, they'll put you on another ship.
You know, I'd be the best leader Starfleet ever had. Lower decks always have to fix all the problems Command causes. Maybe I just save everybody some steps.
Well, don't forget about us little people when you're running things.
Of course not. You gotta remember where you came from.
I like Diaz. He's a cool dude. Very working class Starfleet, but very different from how O'Brien embodied that. Here we are.
This is close enough. Stop the engines. Deploying the probe. Westbrook to Commander Chovak. We're ready for another sampling of data.
Very good. Running the simulation again. Warp field collapse in 3, 2, 1. On.
There it is again.
I saw it. It seems to be directional.
Well, what about the scans? Anything?
Here's the readings in relation to our local space. We've got the Resolute, Otari Prime, and the probes.
All this interference is overloading the sensor buffers. We're gonna have to triangulate the sensors manually.
Okay, I have to locate interference peaks. There's one.
We got something.
These markers indicate peaks in the gravimetric interference patterns.
Let's see if I can find some more.
This is, I'm sure, very exciting for people to watch me scanning. There we go. We found another one. I've scanned and scanned and scanned all over. I don't know where the other one could be. This is so weird. This must be really bizarre to watch if you're checking out the stream of this. Just someone moving a green rectangle around this grid. Okay.
Hold up.
Guess that was all of them.
This is coming from the moon.
A beam that blocks warp travel.
Aimed right at us.
Someone is doing this intentionally. I don't know how they're doing it. This is like nothing I've ever seen.
We're under attack and we didn't even know it. We need to stop them. Unplug whatever it is they're hitting us with.
Now, look here.
There might be some other party involved.
Concentrations.
Is it Romulans?
Line
The
up with
board?
the interference pattern. The storm. And this beam. They're coming from the same place.
Carter, whatever petty local conflict brought us here, it's just a small part of something much bigger.
So someone has the power to project that warp canceling field onto like a whole solar system.
Explanation for how they're doing this.
Suspicions.
One thing is clear. This is no fluke.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. I want a full briefing when I'm back on board. Solano out. A targeted weapon that inhibits warp travel. Coming from the moon Tau.
That would explain the difficulties my shuttle encountered. More
Yeah, when you were
importantly, the
spinning
tenor of
around.
Otari during the negotiations.
Spinning out of
Here
control.
I thought the Illydians would be the problem. Coming to peace talks in a warship.
Peace talks in a
Wasn't
warship.
supposed to be so complicated.
For all their posturing, every indication is that the Illydians are afraid of the Hotari. They didn't bring their warship as a threat. They brought it because they're scared.
From everything we witnessed, I would say that is highly likely.
But what are they afraid of?
Tylus, the Hotari representative, said she thought they found something in the mines. Galvin and Sidron brought it back to the palace, but they're keeping it under tight security. She's going to investigate it. I gave her my tricorder. I expect she'll contact us soon.
You found an ally.
Why would Tylus help us? Go behind her people's back? It's a fair question, considering.
She's out of options.
She's worried that her people are being dragged into something that isn't going to end well for them. She's trying to save them.
That may be true.
She's certainly more likely to help than the other Hotari we've met.
Raises another question. Specifically, what do the other Hotari have to gain in bringing us here, only to make this hostile maneuver against us? There must be some motivation.
Unless they changed their minds between when they asked and when we got here.
They want to learn more about
was
us?
very curious when we spoke outside the Queen's chamber. He wanted to know all about us, our ship, the Federation. He wasn't giving any answers. He was looking for them.
Well, I'm sure you didn't tell him too much. I don't think the Illydians know what's really down on that moon either.
Major Armintas said the revolt defied explanation. That the Hotari miners somehow harnessed the energy of the storm.
Harness the energy of the storm?
Doing that is beyond even our capability.
So is a weapon that disrupts warp travel.
There have been civilizations and entities, both past and present, far more technologically advanced than the Federation.
Yeah, Spock's encountered a few.
Don't fall into that category.
But that is all the more reason to investigate further.
Commander Rydek.
Excuse me.
We've received an urgent call from Hotari.
Excuse me.
Queen's advisor Tylus has asked to speak with you.
Put her through.
Okay, what's going on? Back on the Hotari planet.
Still with the Queen. I've enlisted help to gain access to the room they have under guard. I don't have much time.
I'm not supposed to leave my post.
It's only for a moment. I so appreciate your help.
I found something. I'm sending you a scan.
Okay, receive scan
Got
data.
Tylus, if we needed to gain access to the mines on Tau, is that something you could help us with?
I suppose it wouldn't be easy, but I have to go.
Tylus.
Can we reconnect?
Sorry, Captain. We've lost all contact.
We can only hope she escaped without harm.
was hard to tell.
Oh, let's help her.
We have to help her. Send another shuttle.
We're
Or
not
maybe...
doing anything yet. Not until we know more. Let's see the scan of whatever the hell that was.
Tyler suspects this came from the mines on Tau.
It appears to be of ancient origin, but the markings are unfamiliar.
Hi, Joanne.
We can run a full analysis when we get back to the Resolute. But if this came from the mines, then it might be the key to how they got the upper hand against the Illydians.
Then we have to go into the mines.
The Federation would not allow that. We were, after all, sent here to be a neutral party in a peace negotiation. However, we could demonstrate that the Hotari have acted in bad faith, which would enable us to investigate the mines on Tau with full justification. But of course, we would need conclusive proof before taking action. Otherwise, it could put us in a difficult position.
We'll go with this artifact as proof.
Whatever this artifact is may be proof enough. At least to satisfy the Federation.
Especially if we can show the Hotari are controlling the warp disruption. And targeting the Resolute.
We may have a better understanding once we analyze the device. But a mission to the mines, covert or otherwise, is not out of the question. And I will handle the Federation.
As I was telling Carter, I want all the data I can get on this warp problem. And the negotiating team's shuttle has been recording data all the way back from Hotari. Even better than our probes. So pull the sensor and engine ISOs from the Melville when it sets down.
Will do.
I'll join you and Chovak down in engineering to run another analysis after the briefing.
Okay, so back to
I didn't
Diaz.
like this warp problem when we thought it was some
in the lower
astronomical
decks.
anomaly. And I like it a hell of a lot less now that we know someone is doing it to us. How does it work? What do we even do about it?
What do you say we pull these chips and find out?
Took some damage on the way. That ionic interference scored the hull plating. Might be some micro welds. Let's try pulling together.
All right.
3, 2, 1. It won't budge. Gotta be the storm damage. We need to... Welcome back. Any excitement down on the surface?
Excitement? No. Nothing like that.
Hey, can you hand me the EJ7 interlock? From the toolbox.
Oh, sure. That's that thing right there. I know exactly what that is.
Not much use for one on a security detail, huh? Carter?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Why is she mad? Did I miss something?
Okay, I'll apply pressure while you decouple the panel.
Okay, gotta decouple the panel. Okay.
Here,
Did we decouple
I'll
it?
help.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
We've got this.
Open up and say ah.
Thanks for the hand. We have to get these isolinear chips down to engineering.
No problem. You really know everything about these ships, don't you? The tools, the systems. Like a walking Starfleet technical manual.
Oh, I thought security was the detail to be on. Now all of a sudden you're interested in engineering?
Just the engineer.
Come on, start pulling chips.
Okay, what am I... That was weird. It wouldn't tell me what buttons to use. Oops. What is that?
What's this?
Some kind of crystal formation?
Whoa. This substance is a quantized spin crystallization of hydrogen, carbon, and lithium. It's emitting tetrametric pulses at an interval of 3.8422 seconds.
Quantized crystallization isn't natural. I mean, it's only theoretical as a means to engineer matter on a subatomic level. What's it doing in there?
So we have this weird object that doesn't belong.
Wait. Regulation 364, subsection 9.
What?
Regulation 364, subsection 9 orders that in the case of an unknown foreign substance infiltrating a sealed system, it will be placed in secure confinement before further examination. Retrieve a containment module.
Don't you think we're more equipped to deal with whatever this is?
No. Before anything else, this is a security issue. You don't even know what this is.
Which is why we need to study it.
Once it's contained.
Well, if it's not natural, then someone might have put it there. It could be a tracking device. Some kind of sabotage. Or even a bomb.
Which is why we need to get it to the containment lab.
Come on.
I can't make an exception. Not even for you.
I'm still going to report these crystals to Commander Westbrook when we send the shuttle data.
And I will inform my superiors. I'm taking this just as seriously as you are.
Let's not fight
I overheard talk about the
over
warp
this
disruption
over
of the
this
shuttle.
crystal.
Now these crystals? Maybe this situation is more than we can handle with just a science vessel. We could trigger a distress call, get Starfleet to send more ships, or I could send a message to my old CO on the Adirondack. Get some combat-tested vessels. We shouldn't do this alone.
We're at the edge of the quadrant. Help isn't just gonna pop over like we're in Sector 001.
Wouldn't hurt to try.
You talk like you've never had your backs up against a wall before. This is Starfleet. We solve our own problems.
Okay, stand back.
Okay. Got the mystery
Get
crystal.
this to the containment lab. We'll get it set up for you. I'll let you know when it's safely confined.
Oh, we'll be there.
Last thing you want is to study this down in main engineering.
Yeah, her eyes
Have
do
it
look
spewed
tired,
next to the
Joanne.
warp core.
She's had a long day. She had to be on the security detail for the diplomatic mission.
Almost forgot.
Yeah, her eyes are bloodshot.
For a second, I thought she'd gone cold on you. Like she might have changed her mind. But I guess this whole situation has her spooked. Maybe she knows more than us? Or it's because this is all happening so fast? But she usually doesn't scare easy.
Well, of course she's taking it seriously, but that's her job. She's on duty, she's gotta be on the lookout for danger.
Yeah, but talking about sending a distress call on her own? That's going too far.
Yeah, it seemed a little
She was
mutinous.
probably just thinking out loud. I'm sure she'll come to her senses. This mission has enough complications stacking up.
Now, we'll get through it. You, me, And Miranda, too.
You, me, and Miranda, too. Okay.
Commander
Symbols and
Ryder
legends.
was able to work behind the scenes during the negotiations and made contact with a representative from the Hotari delegation named Tylus. She mentioned an unusual artifact of unknown origin being held under tight security within the Hotari Palace, which she believes came from the mines on Tau. Now, this artifact might have a connection to the revolt, to the storm, and to the warp disruption we now know has been targeted at the Resolute. Commander Rydick, if you want to take it from here.
Of course.
It's a good recap. So if you already know what was going on, now you
Tylus
know.
managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded location within the palace and sent us these scans using my tricorder. It appears to be some sort of control panel, possibly connected to the warp disruption weapon, originating on Tau. Of particular interest is this symbol, which we couldn't identify the origin of.
The Federation database has records from a vast
Could this
number
be?
of civilizations.
Is it Iconian?
If anyone from Starfleet has
People
come across this
love
before,
the Iconians.
the system should recognize it.
Cross-referencing with Federation records.
Is it
Displaying
from the
symbols from
Khan
Federation
Empire?
database with a 90% probability of match or higher. Select a symbol to further analyze.
Okay, no. Maybe? No. I want to see what all symbols are in this database. No. No. No, no. I know that one. I haven't gone all the way through here yet, have I? Maybe I did. Which one is it? Y'all tell me which one of these match. I don't know. I don't want to try all of them. Okay. So, not the one in front of the Klingon symbol. Not the Klingon symbol, obviously. Maybe this one? Okay, neither the one in front of the Klingon symbol nor the one after the Klingon symbol. I really don't want to try every single one of these. Okay. Well, there's no way, right? No. Not even close. That one, I guess, was the closest so far. There's no way. I shouldn't even try it, should I? Okay, this one, right? No. Ah! Are we ever gonna find it? It's very tedious. What if they actually had this in like one of the Star Trek shows? It's just like someone just sitting there trying to... Okay, here we go. Finally. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yeah, how boring would it be just to watch that?
99.2% match.
Got it.
What is this? Tex Empire! Okay, I called it.
What are we looking at?
The design and composition indicate this is a glyph associated with the ancient Tekkan Empire. Their civilization collapsed over
From the last
600,000
outpost.
years ago, but once spanned
TNG
millions of
Season 1.
systems with a population numbering in the trillions.
Fascinating. The Tekkan were once the most advanced, most powerful civilization in the galaxy.
Yeah.
Is it possible the Hotari found Tekkan technology?
I wonder if they even know what they have.
Our knowledge of the Tekkan is limited. I have only encountered passing references to them.
Actually, I've heard of the Tekkan.
You have?
Quite impressive, Commander.
Computer, summarize the Enterprise D's discovery of a Tekkan outpost.
The last outpost. Introduced the Ferengi
The
that
USS
episode.
Enterprise D, under the command of Captain Jean-Luc Picard, discovered a Tekkan outpost in the Delphi Ardus. According to the mission summary, an unbreakable energy-draining field was deployed against the Enterprise and a Ferengi ship. The Enterprise was only able to escape after negotiating their release with an entity known as Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Tekkan Empire.
Unbreakable energy draining field. It starts to make sense.
What else is there?
There's a lot here. Let's take it piece by piece.
Select the aspect you wish to learn more about.
Oh, wow. I guess let's start with Portal.
Someone from the Tekkan Empire is actually still around.
Or at least was, 16 years ago.
Computer, what other information do you have on Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Tekkan Empire?
The entity known as Portal 6-3 is of an unknown nature. A biped humanoid, he was unaware that the Tekkan Empire no longer existed at the time of the encounter. He was able to control the crystal-based technology of the Tekkan outpost through apparent telepathic means. It was by his choice that the Enterprise was released from the energy-draining field after Commander William T. Riker of the Away Team argued on behalf of both Starfleet and the Ferengi.
Telepathic control of their technology.
As I have said, they were the most advanced civilization in the galaxy.
Like I said.
What sort of planet is Delphi Ardu 4?
Delphi Ardu 4 is an M-class planet, a barren rocky world with little to no vegetation and frequent ion storms. The giant crystals that grow there absorb energy, but it is not understood how they do so. The entire Delphi Ardu system, consisting of 11 planets, was considered completely uninhabited until the encounter with Portal 6-3.
Frequent ion storms. That can't just be a coincidence.
Okay, old Ferengi Marauder.
There
Oh,
appears to be some sort of restriction order from Starfleet. Computer, explain this restriction.
A Starfleet directive similar to General Order 7 forbids entering the Delphi Ardu system or attempting to make contact
y'all
with
remember
6-3.
General Order 7?
Starfleet doesn't throw up a no trespassing sign for just anybody.
I suppose it makes sense considering what happened to the Enterprise D.
General Order 7 was the death penalty for going to Talos 4. Back in the Menagerie, Part 1.
The technology to capture and hold the Federation flagship would have to be unbelievably powerful. Computer, what else can you tell us about the energy-draining field the Tekkan used?
The Enterprise D was unable to break free on its own. The precise nature of the technology was never fully understood. Only that the crystalline technology used was beyond the comprehension of then-current Starfleet science.
The engineering team found a quantized spin crystal formation in the shuttle you took to Hotari. They registered tetrametric radiation coming from it.
We have Tekkan technology on board right now?
We might. I'll run a full analysis in the containment lab.
The Elydians should have crushed the revolt. But if the Hotari have Tekkan technology and can control it, I see why they're willing to negotiate peace. For all we know, this could be just the beginning. And we're up against something greater than we can imagine.
Let's go to the mines.
There's only one way to find out. We need to see what's down there for ourselves.
I might be able to help with that. We've been able to triangulate the source of the ionic interference and warp disruption to a specific mine on Tau. Engineering used the latest data from your shuttle to pinpoint its origin. There.
so we know where to look.
Commander Rydek's right. We need to know what's down there, what the Hotari are hiding, to better understand what we're up against, and to neutralize it if we can.
Captain, embarking on a mission to the Hotari moon would not be viewed favorably by either side. However, given the circumstances, we are entirely within our rights to defend ourselves.
I just want to make sure this doesn't blow up in our faces. Which is why I'm thinking of sending Commander Rydek on a covert mission to Tau. Assuming you're up to the task. It would require absolute secrecy. And obviously, it's not without risk.
Sure.
I'll get the away team in and out. They're in safe hands with me.
Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Given the sensitive nature of this incursion, I'm afraid you'll have to go it alone. I'm hoping Tylus can accompany you. The priority is to avoid detection. It's a calculated risk. The last thing we need is to get caught and then blamed for violating our neutrality, aggravating an already tense situation. We can't afford any mistakes, which is why I've chosen you.
Say Tylus will be essential.
Tylus will be essential to my success. Not only her knowledge of the mines, but her ability to gain access, particularly now that we know which mine we need to get into.
Make sure she understands the need to keep this covert.
She's not going to want her people to know about this.
Get in touch with Tylus and make the necessary arrangements as discreetly as possible.
Bridge to Captain Solano. The Illidians have moved additional ships to the edge of the Hotari system. Current heading is straight for the homeworld.
Understood.
It would seem we no longer have the luxury of waiting. In that case, may I suggest you and I return to Hotari Prime? Doing so will provide Commander Rydek as much time as possible to complete her mission.
Agreed. We'll hail the Queen's delegation from my ready room. We all know what we need to do. Dismissed.
Okay. So, getting ready to go back to the Hotari homeworld. We'll go to the moon, Tau, to check out the mines. Lost and found. Okay, what's going on in engineering?
Diaz and Edsolar. Where is the crystal formation that you found in the shuttle? I have tasked Ensign Calloway with performing a full analysis of the tetrametric pulses.
Security brought it to the containment lab.
I was just there. They don't know anything about it. Security never checked it in.
Miranda never got there?
She's the one that had the crystal formation?
Yeah, her and the rest of the security detail from the negotiations.
Diaz, Tamaris.
Try her again. Commander Westbrook to Petty Officer Miranda Maris. Respond.
Something's not right.
She's still on the ship. She has to be.
Computer, locate Petty Officer Miranda Maris.
Is Miranda okay?
Petty Officer Miranda Maris is in the isolinear storage array.
Did that crystal artifact thing, did that get her?
Good.
What happened to Miranda?
I am sure Mr. Diaz can attend to this on his own.
Trovok's kind of a hard ass, but you know how Vulcans are. Creepy. What strangeness is afoot in the lab? Why wouldn't you just be like, computer, lights? Oh, I'm gonna do some, okay. What's going on here?
Someone improperly pulled these isolinear chips.
Is there a saboteur on board? Has the ship been infiltrated? I feel like a xenomorph is about to jump out at me or something. Okay, I don't see anything. It is the... Or no, this is the isolinear chip. I thought it was that crystal object.
Did this? Miranda? You in here?
Maybe I should have gone with the silent approach. Well, let's get up here and see what's going on. This is kind of scary. I wish I could look up there and see what I'm climbing up to. Yeah, there's a lot of tension in this game. Sometimes it can... Not a lot, but there's moments when it will really ratchet it up. I feel like at any moment I'm going to be asked to make a life or death decision. And it's a lot of pressure. It doesn't give me a lot of time to make up my mind. Download complete. Okay, somebody was downloading something. They probably shouldn't have been. And now they're creepily walking around in the shadows.
Hello? Hey! Miranda?
What are you doing? What are you doing, Miranda?
What are you doing, Carter? You almost knocked me to the lower level. What's wrong with you?
Are you all right?
I'm fine. But you didn't answer the question.
Commander Westbrook said the crystal formation we found in the shuttle never made it to the containment lab.
I don't know why he'd say that. I brought them there myself. Whatever he told you, he got it wrong. All I know is where I left them.
Why didn't you answer when I tried you on the comm badge? Or when I called out to you in here?
I guess I was caught up in my work. Now, if we're done here, I have to go. Do you mind? I'm in the middle of my shift.
Hold on a second. What's in that box you're carrying?
It's not the crystal formation, if that's what you mean.
No, it's a data storage drive.
It's for secure data. It's really not my place to talk about it.
I want a straight answer, Miranda. What are you doing here?
Yeah, this is very, very sus.
Carter, if things are gonna work out between us, I'm gonna need you to trust me a little more than this.
I want to be able to make...
Because this is not a good start to a relationship.
I want to be able to, like,
And I don't get why
be
you're
the good
acting
boyfriend, but I also don't want her to do something she shouldn't be doing.
I trust you. Really, I do. I'm just trying to understand what's going on here.
Then you can go back and tell your superiors I delivered the crystals, and that's all I know. That seems simple enough to understand.
Etzelar de Diaz. What's the holdup?
Don't answer that.
Yeah.
You and I can work this out. Please.
You are seriously out of line, Miranda.
Maybe it's because of Picard Season 3, but I think she's a
I'm not
changeling.
going to stand here and debate you.
Maybe she's possessed by a conspiracy bug.
Okay?
Oh shit. Okay, I should officially stop trying to be a good boyfriend to her. Because I think she's a bad guy.
So I see you found each other.
Are they conspiracy bugs? Is this gonna be like a case full of conspiracy bugs?
You were taking so long, the commander sent us to see what the problem was. Diaz, you were sent here with specific orders, and fighting your crewmate wasn't one of them. What the hell is going on here?
Let's just let them explain.
I'd like to hear that, because I know what it looks like.
There's something seriously wrong with her. She's not herself, I'm telling you.
What does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything.
Well, for one, she was copying data onto this.
This drive is unauthorized.
There are ISOs all over the floor.
And that's why I was in here, investigating this situation.
I feel like I snitched
And
on
when
her.
Carter came looking for me, We got our wires crossed. It wasn't anything more than that.
Where are you lying?
Look, I wish I was wrong about this. That I was overreacting. More than anything. But I know what I saw. And it's not what she's saying.
I can't believe this.
I don't know what's going on here, but I think we need to call it into security. She can explain herself in the brig.
Hold on a minute. We don't need to put this on anyone's permanent record. Carter said you're not yourself. If something's wrong with you, we should head to sickbay and the doc will fix you right up.
Yeah, I haven't felt right since I came back from Hotari. I think I should see the doctor.
You two know her? If you really think she's not well, we can take her to sickbay first. But what I know is this is a security breach, and we should treat it as such.
Please, just let me go see the doctor.
Let's take her to sickbay.
She did have a bumpy ride back on the shuttle.
Let's take her to sickbay. It's better than the brig, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Fine. Get checked out by medical. You two go with her. I'll put this back together.
I don't know, maybe I should have had her sent to the brig. The graphics look really good here. Like these dark rocks. These look so cool. What lies beneath? Joel is back. Hi, Joel. We're investigating the mines. We've discovered they have a Takan weapon, like from the last outpost. The Hattori dug it up. That's what they were using to lock down the ships from warp. Stuff like that.
Rydick here.
This is Irma. Any trouble getting to the surface?
I'm really starting to miss transporters.
As long as this storm is around, you'd better learn to like shuttles. But if you can find the cause of the interference, we might be able to get back to transporting.
As if I needed another incentive. We both know there's a lot more than that riding on this.
Fair enough. You'll need to get in and out of the mine undetected, so I hope Minister Tylus can help in that regard.
So do I.
And to keep this covert, we'll refrain from contact unless absolutely necessary.
Understood. Rydick out.
I came all the way up here just to scan this flower.
Foliage on Tau resembles underwater plant life on Earth. The universe is full of mysteries.
Yeah, so it also turns out that Diaz's security officer girlfriend was like, she was like doing like real weird stuff, like copying data off of the isolinear chips, and they're like, we should probably turn her into security, but she was like, oh, maybe I just need to go see the doctor, so we're taking her to sickbay to check her out. Meanwhile, we have... What's the first officer's name? Radek? I haven't had to, like, say it out loud yet, but, oh. Crouch down to get under here, huh?
The ionic interference is coming from underground. I should find a safer way down there.
Flashy lights. That's, is that Talar? My friend.
I saw your shuttle take off. Hopefully no one else did. It's good to see you. Even under these unfortunate circumstances.
When you called to give us a scan, it sounded like they caught you. I was worried you'd been hurt.
It was nothing I couldn't handle.
Lead the way. I'll fill you in on what we've learned about the situation.
Follow me.
The device Galvin and Sidron brought back from the mines is being used to control some sort of warp disruption weapon that has the Resolute trapped in Hotari space. According to our readings, the power source for that device is on this moon, at the specific coordinates I sent you.
That sounds impossible. But explains the rumors of the Hotari controlling the ionic storm.
We strongly suspect the device was created by an ancient empire known as the Tekon.
The Tekon?
Once the most powerful civilization in the galaxy. But they've been gone for over 600,000 years.
It's hard to believe there's something like that on Tau.
Which is why I need proof. If we find hard evidence that Galvin and his allies are hiding dangerous Tekon technology, I can convince the Federation to let us intervene.
Understood. We're almost there.
This game does a good job of recapping the player on all the story stuff that's going on. Like, so far, I haven't gotten confused or anything. It's been pretty easy to follow. And so much of this game is just like the dialogue, choices that you make, and the conversations you participate in.
20.
It's enormous.
Just one of the thousands across Tau. The pride of Hotari.
How do we get inside?
The structure that circles the mine has entry points for transporting equipment into the lower levels.
Looks like they're beaming up a shitload of dilithium.
I can't get past using my authority.
Well, that's good to hear.
As long as you can avoid being seen, I should be able to talk my way past any miner. And provide a little distraction for you in the process.
How do I avoid being seen?
You don't use the door. How dare you! Don't you know who I am? I am Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
That's kind of weird. Kind of
curious to hear you try
like
to
it kind of glitched out there for a second.
But I just what? Just now realize the trouble
Okay,
you've made
so have
for
to be
yourself?
stealthy.
And who exactly do you think you're going to report this to? Because I'll be reporting it as well, to someone much further up the ladder. You have no authority here. Do you understand who pays your wage? I can inform the Queen directly of this insolence. There's no You'll regret everything you've said here today.
Okay.
You should have opened the
Time to
doors
scan stuff with the tricorder.
That's not the protocol. I didn't know
Each second you delay my entry will be recorded, processed, and permanently marked on your record. Can't believe this. Does your brain function? Do you speak our tongue?
I have orders.
How could a fellow Hotari
I don't know what I should scan.
digging your own grave? I've reached the end of my patience. Escort me to the meeting instead.
I told you I can't just...
Now!
But fine.
A wise choice. Lead the way, and be quick.
Well, I guess they're gone. Oh, I just go this way, I suppose. Okay. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be.
Someone takes their breaks up here. Maybe the same guard who left that window unlocked. I suppose the view is nice.
Well, hopefully that guard doesn't get fired because of this.
Let's get a look inside you. Full system access. Let's see if I can just... Bingo.
Cool.
Better hurry. Not sure how long she can keep him busy.
Okay, I came from that way. And then I had a, there's something over here, wasn't there? Yeah, right here.
Might control the exit door. Need to see inside it.
Does that mean I need to do something with my tricorder? What's going on here?
Something in here is keeping that door closed. Got it. Should remove the security check on the door.
Cool. So... what have we here? Good look at the environment here. The planet looks cool. That's something really neat. Seeing the rings around the planet from its moon. Cool visuals. I dig it.
I didn't come here to educate an imbecile on royal protocol.
Of course not, Minister.
So I will be about my business here, and you will take yourself out of my sight. There you are.
You really let that guy have it.
It worked, didn't it? I'm used to having to throw my weight around. Hard to get anyone to listen to you otherwise.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
I didn't
Show
know
her
you
some
had it in you.
respect.
There's a lot you don't know about me. Underestimate me at your peril.
Is that supposed to be flirtation between the two of them?
Sidron have gone to great lengths to keep out the uninvited. Well, we're inside. Where do you want to start?
The ionic interference is coming from below us. We need to go deeper.
That lift goes down, at least to the changeover station. But we can't use it without DNA authorization from one of the guards.
I have an idea, but we need a few samples of DNA from the miners who work here.
Samples?
Fingerprints, sweat, blood.
Which will trick the machine and get us control of the lift.
That's the theory. Let's test it.
Okay, so how am I getting a DNA sample? Also, that's kind of gross, but guess I'm going this way.
Do you think we could just find a way to climb over this?
Possibly. But the console on the lift itself is locked by the same system that locks this ramp.
No shortcuts, then.
I'm sure you can figure something out.
This facility doesn't seem well maintained. An Elydian console.
All the managerial technology in the mines is Elydian.
So they can keep an eye on their investment.
That's how it is.
There's DNA on this console, but it's only
Here we
partial.
go.
I can't use this.
Maybe because we're outside.
The weather out here could dilute any DNA samples.
What about inside that structure? That's where the workers spend most of their time.
Good idea.
Okay, looking for DNA inside of the structure so that I can gain access to the computer that controls the lift.
Hygiene clearly isn't a priority down here.
Well, this is like a good place to get DNA.
Wow, that is a lot of DNA. I should look for the most concentrated spots.
Okay, show me the highest concentration of DNA.
That's a stable DNA sample. It's only
I
partial,
got it.
but a few more should do it.
Oh, a few more. Like this one?
Not concentrated enough. I should try somewhere else.
Like here? Where is this object? This thing? There we go.
I can use this. Good. That's another I can use. Just need one more sample.
Okay. The final sample.
Not enough. Gotta keep looking. Hotari must be tough on the inside, too. If they eat in here, it's likely there's some DNA in the room. Almost looks like coffee. Almost. I'll have some Ractigino when I get back to the ship. There's gotta be stable DNA here. Perfect. That's enough to make the DNA profile.
Nice.
Time to go back to the lift.
So we're good.
Leftovers. I should give this a scan.
We already did that.
Some kind of glowing mineral being used as a light source. Might want one of these for my cabin, actually.
So now that we have enough DNA scanned, we should be able to operate the controls and access the lift.
You're not coming inside?
There are some things I'd rather not smell.
Ah. What's in all these containers?
These contain mining supplies, tools, energy packs for machinery.
Shouldn't mining supplies be inside the mines?
It is troubling. If the workers here aren't mining...
Okay, that should do it. Love seeing that 24th century tricorder.
I'll get it
Just
started.
cool.
Ready?
So there's someone who's in the audience. Let me ask if anyone could do me a favor. I think
worse than this.
Well, I haven't.
the chapter I'm on, it's called What Lies Beneath. How many chapters are there in this game, Star Trek Resurgence, and which one is What Lies Beneath? I'm just curious how far into the game I've gotten already. This is still my first session playing it.
There's a guard at the station. We'll have to hide.
Okay, I'm gonna have to hide from a guard as we're descending down. Maybe behind this crate. Or... I'll just stay back there.
What are you doing here?
You watch your tone with me. I'm Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs. I speak for the Queen herself.
This is a restricted area. No one gains access without the approval of Galvin or Sidron.
Wait.
Juis Gawad Abawincha.
Nope, we ain't having none of that. Keep your hands to yourself, bro.
Are you alright?
I don't know.
Are you injured?
Joel says
No,
40 total.
I thought if I could talk my way through like always, I'd be fine, but... I'm a diplomat. This isn't what I do. I've never even fired a weapon. This is just...
You can do this.
I wasn't ready for this.
Tylus, you can do this.
I don't see what you're basing that on.
All you've shown me so far is an iron-willed determination to save your people. I don't expect that's changed.
No. No, it hasn't. My authority has never
Cool.
been challenged like that.
She liked
It
that.
meant nothing to him.
So we should assume any Hatari we encounter from here on can't be reasoned with.
Agreed. The only loyalty they have down here is to Galvin and Sidron.
Can you switch over the lift?
The guard should have a scan card that will allow us to operate the switch.
Got it.
He's not dead, is he? He's still one of my people, and I didn't come here to take Otari lives.
My phaser's set to stun. He'll be perfectly fine, just unconscious for a while.
I see. We don't have that sort of technology on our weapons.
Good to know.
That's unfortunate.
The energy readings are emanating from this tunnel. It's sure to be guarded in there. Stay low and follow my lead.
Well, here we go.
Is that all dilithium?
Not all of it. We excavate large chunks of rock that contain varying amounts of dilithium ore. It's sorted and processed at the collector ship above.
Looks like purple dilithium in those rocks. It's red most of the time, but it's been all kinds of colors over the years.
More guards.
I take that as a sign we're getting close.
I'll get a closer look. Looks like they've improvised a barrier.
Yes, we must be getting closer.
The Hatari swagger. It's like you put a Super Nintendo game into a Super Nintendo.
We need that particular card, don't we?
I'm afraid so.
Okay.
Can you open that door?
Not without that scan card.
Okay.
We don't have time to wait for them to finish whatever they're doing. We'll have to try to keep low and sneak past them.
I'm starting to see the utility of a phaser.
I wouldn't stand a chance against all three of them. I don't like our options here. I have to get us that card so we can open the door.
How? If they detect you, Galvin and Sidron's followers are clearly willing to kill to protect whatever's in this mine.
Hey, I'm trained for this. I'll be fine.
What should I do?
Avoid being seen. Stick to the edge of the room and meet me at the door.
So is there going to be a stealth element to this? Or maybe a combat element? Or maybe both? Superhero landing. Okay, stealth. Stealth scenes. During stealth sequences, there are enemies that, if alerted, will hunt for you and try to catch you. If you're caught, your mission has failed. Enemies can see you if they are looking in your direction. Stay crouched and avoid their line of sight. You can use left analog to sneak faster when crouched. Okay.
Analysis in progress. I wish the Lydians would come back. I need the target practice. I get all the grunt work. Wish the Lydians would try something.
Okay, I got past
They
him.
saw our power, our resolve, and terrified of us.
I was like scared to talk to y'all. I was like he was gonna hear me or something if I talked.
Complete the plan more quickly.
That's silly.
Almost complete.
I don't see where. There. Okay. Okay, I don't think he'll
Anyone who prevents
see
our
me
destiny
from
should
here.
be eliminated.
But, oh wait, okay, he's over there now. So, now, yeah, we'll I'll go for it now. And then, yeah, I'm streaming live online. People can hear. So I'm like in a stealth element. So I was like not talking. I was like whispering into the mic, like these enemies would hear me or something. Yeah, we got past. This guy ain't going anywhere, so I think I am safe to just make a run for it back here around the corner. And is there an invisible wall here? I guess I'm not. I guess that's a sign I'm not supposed to go that way. Oh, must be. Wait. Oh, there's the security card. Obviously, my whole objective for coming over here. Like pulling a Super Nintendo game out of a Super Nintendo. Okay, and now. No.
So dark in here. How long is Galvin going to make us wait?
I'd melt if I went through there.
Okay, don't
moving.
It's a miracle we're even here.
Don't go into the furnace.
So long. Patience, brother. We'll get our chance. It's inevitable after all. That it is.
Okay, security card. Opening the door. Looks like we made it through. So far, so good. On to the next challenge.
Stay close.
Okay, dark, creepy corridor.
What? Motion sensors.
Oh,
They'll trigger
shit.
an alarm. We'll be found.
Invisible to the naked eye.
They could be anywhere. How will we get through?
Mission Impossible laser type thing. Okay, so I guess I should just try to walk through here. I can't crouch with the tricorder out. What if I put it away? Now I can crouch under here. And I should be good. We made it. Oh wait, there's more. Whoa!
No!
That wasn't my fault. I didn't hit the stand up button. I hit the I was trying to see if I could crouch and use the tricorder at the same time. Apparently you cannot. I do not know why this character has to stand up to use a tricorder, but apparently she does. That's okay. Now I know.
Stop!
What?
Motion sensors.
Yeah.
They'll trigger an alarm. We'll be found.
Invisible to the naked eye.
They could be anywhere. How will we get through?
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Hope I'm back. Hope you can hear me. My controller died. I had to switch to the other controller. Because I've been playing for that long that the battery of my controller died. Okay, I really want to use my tricorder, but I'm scared to stand up. I think that it looks like this is the way to go. Over here, and I think I made it. Yay, past the lasers. Is that blood? Or the what are the other aliens? The Elidans, the Adelans? They have blue, purple type blood? Yeah, apparently they do. Kinda gross.
This?
It's where the uprising started.
Apparently. Very violent scene.
Hotari, don't do this. We defend ourselves, but we don't kill on this scale, this level of savagery.
There's no such thing as a bloodless rebellion.
No such thing as a bloodless rebellion.
I don't know if we should keep going.
So her people are similar to the Bajorans. They also had to rise up against the Cardassians.
I don't want to end up like them.
Don't freeze up on me now, Tylus. We can do this. We're almost there.
You're right. Lead the way.
Whatever happened here, it made the Elydians abandon the mines. Let's find out what they're so scared of.
Yeah, what did they dig up that frightened them so?
Is this the effects of an Elydian disruptor?
Yes.
Disruptors are cruel weapons.
Oh, Joanne says that there's not she couldn't find a list
From the blast
of
marks,
episodes.
it looks like the Elydians had far
the
greater
walkthrough's
firepower.
9 hours. Well, I think I've been playing for 4 hours, so if I play 4.5, that'd mean like I'm halfway there.
Footprints. Elydian boots. Running back the way we came.
Good night, Joanne.
The Hatari fortified the side of the room opposite the door. It's a good
They're
tactic,
fighting
but
something in here.
a few crates aren't going to stop fully armed Elydian soldiers. How did they win? Tylus.
What?
What
This is
kind
like
of weapon did
Deccan
this?
Empire
This is
crystal
like nothing I've ever seen
technology.
or heard of. My people don't have a weapon that does this.
What else can you tell me?
Oh, they have 4 hearts. crystals grown from inside the flesh.
What an awful way to die. This must be why the Elydians are so afraid. Technology that surpasses their own, in the hands of the Hotari that they've lorded over for centuries.
Where did this weapon come from?
Well, the crystals are giving off tetrametric pulses. If I set my tricorder to search for that frequency, it'll lead us right to the source.
Radiation compass. Radiation is visible through your tricorder and will lead the way to scannable objects. The 4 green lights on the left will fill to indicate the tricorder is facing a source of radiation. Okay. Okay, so radiation is that way.
This Elydian tried to run.
They didn't let him.
Hotari. And Elydian. Both sides took a beating. These crystalline particles, they're not dilithium. Are they common in the mines?
Not that I've ever seen.
So I want to examine all these
This
things.
makeshift barrier forced the Elydians to enter from the
Don't want to
service
leave
corridor,
this area without
creating a
looking
choke
at
point.
everything.
Quite the advanced tactic for a species that's never waged war. Killed by the same crystallization as the Elydian.
Whose side was the killer on?
So, people on both sides were killed by the weird crystal stuff.
Tylus, you may not want to look down there.
I've come too far to... What is this?
What's down there? What could it be?
Been dumping bodies down here.
Unforgivable. Galvin and Sidron will be made to answer for this.
More of these crystals.
Another of my people dead.
The Elydians shot to kill.
But if they killed him, why was he shot in the back?
Huh, you're right. The shot came from the side the Hotari were defending.
We don't kill our own. And he wasn't just caught in the middle.
When it beeps like that, it means that there's something I can scan nearby. I don't know what it is.
Tylus, what is this machine?
It's for tunnel boring. The cone on the front is covered in disruptors that allow it to melt through the solid rock.
They don't seem to have finished the tunnel. Why stop here, I wonder?
It's the disruptors. You can just tunnel through. don't see anything else I can interact with. So, tricorder. She walks so slow. I don't know what I'm supposed to be scanning. I know that if I look in the right direction, I'll see the 4 green lights on the left, I mean, which indicates that that's the direction of radiation and that there's an object there. But I can't, like, get through this. So, I know, I hear you, tricorder. Oh, I guess I can scan that. Okay.
Think they parked this here on purpose?
One way to find out.
Need any help?
I've got it.
I kind of like this disruptor bore thing. Kind of cool, high-tech machinery in the Star Trek universe that makes a lot of sense, but not something we would see often.
Radiation has never been recorded.
There are a lot of mines in Star Trek,
it's
though.
right through here.
People are like always mining. From the original series on, they're just always miners mining away. Slip on through here.
This feels strange.
The crystals are increasing, growing outward.
Yes, this is like Last Outpost, Tecan Empire.
It's like an infection. A parasite. Growing inside Tau.
Your moon is infected with Tecan Empire parasite crystals.
Incredible.
This is definitely not Hotari.
It's the remnants of the Tecan Empire.
I'm glad they went with Tecan instead of Iconians, because I think Iconians are a little overused these days.
I don't think we should be here.
This is exactly where we should be. Every strange thing we've seen in this system, it might all come from this room. We need to learn everything we can.
I assume I'm gonna need to scan something in here. Because this is like the console where they're controlling the beam that's disabling the Resolute. So I think I can free the ship from here.
Material as the rest of this place, but I can't tell much else. Might be some kind of sleep mode. I can't analyze this further unless it starts working normally.
Maybe we can turn it on from somewhere else.
Hopefully. Let's keep looking around.
Interesting music right here.
Somewhat resembles a transporter pad.
Yeah. Is there a way to beam somewhere?
Look familiar?
It's almost identical to the console Galvin has hidden in the palace. It looks like a control surface.
So I don't know. Do you know a way to get over there?
How are you holding up?
I knew Galvin and Sidron were dangerous. Now I know they're more powerful than I could have imagined. But the worst of it is knowing they got there by turning our people against their own.
Aha, there's a staircase right here. That actually helps a lot.
Can your device read this?
It can roughly translate the words, but we don't have enough Taconian language on record to understand how it's structured.
Oh well.
Looks like some sort of replicator.
I can't get it to work.
It has power. Must be looking for some other kind of authorization.
This place feels wrong.
I'll get what I need, and we can get out of here.
Thank you.
Okay, I probably need to scan something with the tricorder, but I'm not sure what. So, when I'm up here, I keep getting like that beep 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 notification. That means this scannable object is nearby. Interesting view from here. Yeah, it's like whenever I like step through here. Yeah, but like if I go down here and then come back up, it'll do that beep, beepity beep. Right there. What could that indicate? Because I don't see nothing. I can't scan that. I can't scan this. Oh, I guess I can scan that. It's like a weapon replicator.
What is it?
The device's primary function is to transmute lithium into this quantized crystalline compound. Possibly for the creation of weapons.
Do you think one of these was used on that Elydian in the tunnels?
Such a cruel weapon.
So yeah, this technology seems very powerful, very deadly, and very user-friendly. Was there anything else for me to scan with my tricorder up here? It keeps making that sound effect. See? Did it again. I don't know what you want me to scan.
Is it too, convenient that we found this place unguarded?
There's an old Earth saying about never looking a gift horse in the mouth.
What's a horse?
Never mind.
Does that mean we're about to be attacked or something? You know, it's a bit like it's quiet, a little too quiet type thing. I wish I knew why it kept beeping the tricorder. What the hell? What do you want from me? Oh, there's this other side over here. I think there'd be something over here. Like this thing, perhaps? Here we go. Now we're onto something.
This suggests there's some type of complex life form contained within each crystal.
Complex life form in each crystal?
Life form? There's something alive in these tiny crystals?
That's what it says. But hard to imagine how that's possible.
Okay, didn't see that coming. So this crystal is a life form, is what you're telling me.
Our
A
science
complex
division will
life
have
form,
a field
no
day
less.
with this. We need to study it on the ship.
Okay. So, should we just leave? Oh, don't want to go that way. I don't know where else I can go in this area. So what happens if I backtrack? Did it just like not let me leave? Oh, okay. Invisible walls. Well, let's see. We'll just re-explore. It's kind of like 3 rooms. So we have this room where we had to scan that thing, discover the crystals are actually individual life forms. There's not really much going on in here. Or in here. Okay. Okay. I don't see anything else in here. And it won't let me leave because there's the invisible wall there. And then This is where we got one of the crystals. I do love that tricorder view you get. That's something very uniquely Star Trek. Am I supposed to be out here on the edge? Living on the edge? Okay, so not really. Anything I can do there? We're here. We're there. Well, I think I should probably call it a night, because I'm not sure where I'm going, and I've been playing for a while. I feel like I made a lot of progress. Probably put in over 4 hours into the game, close to 4.5. So maybe somewhere between a third and halfway done with it. I've heard people say it takes 9 hours or 11 hours to play. So we'll just say it takes like around 10. So yeah, we're almost halfway. I don't know how like the save functions in this game works either, because this is like I've just been playing like this one long ass run through of it. But I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. We'll pick up sometime tomorrow night, I think, after I get off work. So hopefully sometime in the evening around 6 or 7 Central, I'll fire it up again and play some more. But yeah, I'm really liking it. It's been a lot of fun so far. I will see y'all tomorrow